to order. Oh, we don't have, where's Miss Bowie? There she is. Miss Bowie, will you call the roll?
We can't hear you, Melissa.
Could we please have order? Thank you. Miss Bowie, will you call the roll?
Good evening. Melissa Mason,
Here.
Josie Barnhart,
Here.
Pat Bradford,
I am here.
Judy Justice, Dr. Tim Merrick,
Here.
David Perry, and Pete Wildebohr.
Present.
Thank you. I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Barnhart.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda to include under new business a 5-minute discussion, a letter of legal action in regards to the power school breach.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Perry?
I'm in favor of such a letter with that also includes letting you discuss it.
Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would be happy to draft that so we can also adopt a letter to DPI with further, but the letter that I sent you all before the meeting started is in regards to legal action with Power School in reference to Attorney General Jeff Jackson.
Dr. Merrick?
I just want to make sure that there is no budgetary impacts of the letter, that we're not actually asking our legal team to do any work. It's based on, policy 2330. If it's going to cost us any money, we have to have it in the published agenda. So I'm not just asking to make sure that this is not going to our lawyers for any amount of work.
Ms. Justice?
It was the.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion on that amendment?
You can put it behind.
Ms.
Did I get an
Bradford?
answer to my question?
Ms. Barnhart?
Madam Chair, I believe that this is more germane under the actual discussion of adoption of the letter, but to my knowledge, no, sir. It would be just in pure dialogue to encourage such. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? All right. All those in favor of adding the letter regarding the Power School breach to the agenda signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes 7-0.
Where are we adding that?
That is under new business.
See.
Mr. Perry?
I have a motion to amend the agenda for approximately 10 minutes to discuss having a town hall before we make any decision upon the AI pilot program.
And what would that go under, sir?
Either new business or old business, whatever the chair's discretion is.
I'll second that.
Okay. Any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Barnhart?
just curious about the time for this discussion.
10 minutes, I believe.
Okay, thank
Mr.
you.
Perry said. All right, so hearing no discussion, all those in favor of adding a discussion about a town hall regarding the AI, is that correct?
Yes, there might be a vote involved.
Okay. Signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 7-0. Ms. Justice?
Yes, I'm actually asking to take something off the agenda. After consideration and talking to several people involved, I would like to remove the ad hoc committee for bus drivers at this time.
I'll second that.
Okay. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes 7-0. I will entertain a motion to approve the amended agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 7-0.
Point of clarification, just.
Yes, Mr. Woodward.
We have added the letter discussion, so that would be under C, so that'd be C. And then D would be the AI town hall, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay,
that is
thank
what
you,
I have. All right, continuing on, we are going to have, I'm going to just announce all of these. First, we will have our invocation that will be done by Sam Nolan, the Associate Pastor of Port City Community Church, who will be doing so remotely. And then we will have presentation of colors, which will be done by the New Hanover High School AJROTC under the direction of Captain Lance Gaither and Principal Phil Sutton. And the national anthem done by Jose Chirinos Montalvan, a student at New Hanover High School, and he will be doing the national anthem with Miss Bradford doing the pledge. So if we could all stand for the invocation.
Hello, my name is Sam Nolan, and I am on staff at Port City Community Church, and I'm going to be leading us in a beginning prayer for today. So bow your heads with me. Lord, we just thank you for today, Father. We thank you for a chance to be in this space, Lord, for this meeting today and for these people that are in attendance, Father. God, we thank you for an opportunity to just serve students and families in New Hanover County. God, we give this meeting to you. We just pray for just wisdom to discern which choices need to be made, Lord, and which things to go after for the health of our schools and the health of our teachers, Father. God, we just thank you that we get to do this every day, Lord. We get to serve families in our city, Lord. God, and we just thank you for this meeting, and we pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance. Nope.
Not yet, not yet.
Sorry.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Just want to make sure we give a great big round of applause for this brave soul that just sang the national anthem. Good job. And if I could have the ROTC individuals come back up so we can introduce you.
stand up. Yeah.
If you could just say your name and introduce yourself.
I am Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Isaiah Allen. I'm the battalion commander of New Hanover High School, HRTC.
I am Cadet Staff Sergeant Holloway, a part of AJRTC. Cadet First Sergeant Holloway, a part of the ROTC program. Ooh.
I am Cadet Sergeant Johnson at JRTC, the program at New Hanover High School. Oh.
I'm Cadet Sergeant Janessa Barton at New Hanover JRTC. Oh.
Thank you, guys. If you could give another round of applause. And then real quick, did I brutalize your name or did I do okay? Did you want to introduce yourself again?
My name is Jose Chirinos Montalvan. I am an 11th grader, a junior at New Hanover High School.
Jose was asked this evening to sing for us. He is the only student from our county who was selected for NC Honors Chorus, which is a statewide honors chorus.
All right. I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Ms. Bradford.
Just one item, the last item. Surely it's a mistake. It says the board meeting ended at 7:35. What? Which is a record, in case y'all don't know. So I move to approve.
All right.
Second?
All right. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes 7-0. Recognitions.
I'd like to start this evening off by inviting Dr. Karen Sumner to join me at the podium this evening. She is the Deputy Executive Director for the North Carolina Center for the Advancement of Teaching, and she has something special to share.
Thank you. Before I start with this presentation, I have to tell you that this is really emotional for me. 30 years ago, I was a first-year teacher at New Hanover High School, and it is really, it's wonderful to be here. So good evening, members of the New Hanover County Schools Board of Education. Would Kevin Ojanet please come forward at this time?
Woo!
On behalf of the North Carolina Center for the Advancement of Teaching, it is my privilege to announce that Kevin Ojanet has been selected as a finalist for the NCAT 2025 Burroughs Welcome Fund North Carolina Beginning Teacher of the Year Award. This recognition highlights Mr. Ojanet's exceptional contributions to the teaching profession and his remarkable impact on the students and community here in New Hanover County. The Beginning Teacher of the Year Award was established to celebrate the creativity, resilience, and dedication of first-year teachers across North Carolina. Each year, more than 7,000 new educators enter classrooms statewide, and this award honors those who exemplify the best of the profession while addressing the unique challenges of beginning teachers. Kevin Ojanet will be attending a week of professional development with his fellow finalists in March. On March 27th, NCAT will celebrate all finalists at a recognition event on the campus of UNC Greensboro. At NCAT, we are committed to advancing teaching as an art and a profession, and we are thrilled to celebrate Mr. Ojanet as a shining example of this mission. Please join me in congratulating Kevin Ojanet on this outstanding achievement. We are pleased to provide you with this certificate, recognizing you as an NCAT 2025 Burroughs Welcome Fund North Carolina Beginning Teacher of the Year finalist. In addition, we invite Matt Dominelli on behalf of Empower, whose kids attend Porter's Neck School, on behalf of Empower, to present Kevin O'Janet with a check for $250. Empower supports North Carolina educators in their retirement investment plans, and I'm thankful for Empower's support of education in North Carolina. Thank you for being here tonight to celebrate this outstanding educator. We appreciate New Hanover County Schools for recognizing Kevin O'Janet and the NCAT Beginning Teacher of the Year program.
Thank you. Hold on. Folks. Yes. Come on. Come on. What you guys do? Come on.
All right, we're going to keep this party going, ladies and gentlemen. So tonight, we're honored to recognize an extraordinary educator who has dedicated 20 years to shaping young minds. Please join me in celebrating Hannah Moon from Laney High School. Miss Moon is the 2025 Boroughs Welcome Fund Southeast Region Teacher of the Year. So we've got two. All right. So Mrs. Moon teaches English 2, English 4, and advanced placement literature, and her impact extends far beyond the classroom. She has served as department chair, mentor, teacher, book club advisor, and a partnership teacher for pre-service educators. Wow. Additionally, she is a distinguished member of the 2022-2025 UNCW Master Teacher Program, recognizing her excellence in teaching. While these accomplishments are impressive, the true measure of Mrs. Moon's impact is the lasting impression she leaves on her students. One former student, Jack Malloy, now studying at Vanderbilt University, shared, "I have worked with many incredible educators, but none have rivaled my high school English teacher from a coastal city in southeastern North Carolina." We are thrilled to watch Miss Hannah Moon continue her journey as she competes with 8 other educators for the North Carolina Teacher of the Year title. Best of luck, Mrs. Moon. Yep. Come on, family. Oh, there we go. Woo! One more round of applause. Don't go anywhere. Just get comfortable. Get comfortable. All right, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we're going to celebrate the extraordinary accomplishments of 2 exceptional student athletes, Sophia Catino and Hannah Davis from New Hanover High School. Come on down. These talented young women made history by winning the state championship title for the 4A NCHSAA women's tennis doubles. And at the behest of their dedicated and hardworking coach, Jennifer Coleman, along with assistant coaches Troy McGee and Edward Coleman. If they're here, we'd like for them to join us as well. Please come on. Sophia and Hannah formed an unstoppable duo on the court. Their ability to anticipate each other's movements and communicate seamlessly led them to victory after victory throughout the season. Their trust, resilience, and teamwork ultimately secured them the first state championship title in their program's history. We are incredibly proud of your achievements and the way you have represented our district with determination and sportsmanship. Your legacy will inspire future generations of student athletes. Congratulations, Sophia and Hannah. All right, thank you. Woohoo! All right, continuing on. Please join me in congratulating an educator who exemplifies dedication and excellence in gifted education. Miss Sarah Stepansky from the International School at Gregory, our New Hanover County Schools AIG Teacher of the Year. Dr. Lo DeWalt, Director of Curriculum and Instruction, praised Ms. Stepansky as dedicated to her students, committed to supporting AIG specialists, and a key collaborator with all teachers at Gregory to nurture our gifted learners every day. Her students and families echo the sentiment. 7th grade student Emmett Turner shared, "You are my favorite teacher. You make me feel happy, welcomed, and like I am important to you. You always help me with whatever I need." Ms. Stepansky now has the opportunity to compete at the state level for the 2025 NCAGT Outstanding Teacher of the Gifted Award. We are grateful for her passion and dedication to the education. Congratulations. I'm gonna have to get some tape on the floor. Woo! All right, we're going to continue on and celebrate a teacher whose passion for experiential learning and innovation has earned him a prestigious statewide honor. Please join me in recognizing Mr. Sean Stanek from Holly Shelter Middle School, who has been selected as one of... Come on, you get to listen to me talk about you. He's been selected as one of the inaugural Learning Happens Here Teacher Ambassadors by the North Carolina Department of Natural and Cultural Resources. Mr. Stanek is known for his creative and engaging approach to education. He serves as the faculty advisor for the Surfriders Club and the coordinator for Natural History Day. Last year, his students had the incredible opportunity to compete at the national level in Washington, D.C., where their work was showcased in the Smithsonian. As a teacher ambassador, Sean will collaborate with DNCR to integrate North Carolina's rich cultural, historical, and natural resources into classrooms across the state. This honor highlights his dedication to public education, and we are confident that his work will leave a lasting impact. Congratulations, Mr. Stanek. It is with great pride that we recognize two outstanding students, Kylie Cantor from Laney High School and Kaylee Jones from Wilmington Early College High School, for being selected as state nominees for the prestigious U.S. Presidential Scholars Program. Come on down, come on. We get to talk about you, so you get to listen to me talk about you. Okay, so Kylie, you exemplify the balance of academic excellence and athletic dedication. Your involvement in dance, volleyball, flag football, track, and swim team, alongside participation in the chemistry club, science olympiad, and National Honor Society, showcase your incredible talent and drive. Kaylee, your leadership in the National Honor Society and Future Business Leaders of America has demonstrated your commitment to service and academic excellence. Graduating with both a high school diploma and associate's degree, you have set a remarkable example of perseverance and ambition. We are thrilled to see both of you advance in the competition at the national level, and we eagerly await the announcement of the U.S. Presidential Scholars this May. Congratulations, ladies. Woo! All right, we've got two more folks, but they're just amazing. I'm just saying, I just love this job. All right, character is the foundation of a positive school community, and tonight we are honored to recognize Luis, a fifth grader at Mary C. Williams Elementary, for exemplifying outstanding character and leadership. Luis is known for his kindness, patience, and welcoming spirit. As a member of the Safety Patrol, he greets students and families every morning with a smile, ensuring that everyone starts their day on the right foot. In the classroom, he leads by example with responsibility and respect. He's making his school a place where everyone feels valued and included. Your positivity and dedication inspire those around you. Congratulations on receiving the Character in Action Award. Yes. Oh, family, come on up. Family, please come on up. Okay. Get everybody in. All right. Yeah. Looking at her. At her. And we have a treat for you tonight. We're going to show you the video.
I am doing this new thing in school where I want to talk about more than just being smart. I also want to talk about being a good person. And your names come up over and over again as someone who works real hard at being a good person.
I see Luis every morning helping us so much get ready for our day. He's part of our safety patrol, greeting families and students to school. And so he's just so consistent and kind and just a quiet leader behind the scenes. And I love having him here at Williams.
Always got a smile on his face. He is just so responsible and he's just trustworthy. Everybody enjoys talking to him and working with him. So.
Are you guys giving a big old hand? Hello, everybody.
And just for a quick little note, there wasn't a dry eye in the house while we were filming that. Everyone was very emotional and very supportive. It was an amazing time. All right, last but not least, Mr. Wayne Dingle. Tonight, we are exceptionally honored for an exceptional educator whose dedication to students extends beyond the traditional classroom. Mr. Wayne Dingle, a retired teacher from Noble Middle School, now serves as a beloved substitute teacher at Trask Middle School, where he has become an integral part of the school community. Mr. Dingle is known for his kindness, reliability, and ability to make every student feel seen and valued. He takes the time to learn every student's name, building meaningful connections and providing a supportive presence in the classroom. His adaptability and unwavering commitment ensure that every class he steps into remains a positive and respectful learning environment. Mr. Dingle, thank you for your commitment and your continued service and for making a lasting impact for students and staff alike. Congratulations. Thank you. And before we play his video, I would just like to make note that this young gentleman was the teacher of the student, let me back up. The student that nominated him, he taught not only her, but her mother. Okay, so we're gonna see his video real quick.
Teaching is not really just about subject. It's about relationships with kids, right? It's about relationships and building them and knowing how to talk to kids and knowing how to work with them. And that's what we want in our substitute, and we really appreciate the fact that you're willing to give part of your retirement back to us to work with kids, because we need every good sub we can, and having a teacher come and sub is wonderful news.
Having spent 31 years with the state of North Carolina as a public school teacher, I enjoy the students. I enjoy what I do. I enjoy the relationships, and it's my chance to get back and to be active. I enjoy this school, which is very open to me, and I come in, everybody knows me here, all of the students, all of the teachers, and it's just a good place to be, a good relationship, and it keeps me active and busy, still involved with youth.
Thank you all for joining us in celebrating these remarkable individuals who enrich our schools and communities every day. Let's give them one more round of applause.
Okay, wait, don't go anywhere. We got more good vibes coming. Come back up. Real quick. All right, so I'd like to invite Miss Veronica Onu up here to the front. Ms. Onu is a teacher assistant at Snipes Academy and has worked for New Hanover County Schools since 2005. She is commended for her excellence, as well as being known for her words she speaks to her faculty and staff that evoke deep wisdom. It was also mentioned that when she stops and laughs, her spirit is contagious. Ms. Onu has high expectations of her students, expecting their best while giving warm demands like a mother who cares. Her colleagues recognize that she celebrates hard-earned accomplishments with a hug, a smile, and a reminder that a healthy struggle is worthwhile. Congratulations to Ms. Victoria Onu for being this quarter's recipient of the Excellence Exemplified Award. Congratulations. I believe she has some special people in her life that are here with her also, so I don't know if you'd like for them to come up and join you with the picture? Get on in there.
We're all fitting in. Just looking right here. Congratulations.
Thank you, congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. All right, next I'd like to ask Mr. John Williams to come forward, please. Mr. Williams is a custodian at Coddington Elementary. He joined New Hanover County Schools in August of 2023. He has been recognized for excellence and has been described as a magician spreading positivity wherever he goes. That's impressive. Mr. Williams is the first to lend a hand, take a moment to share a life lesson, and uplift everyone's spirit. He is even known to share delightfully awful dad jokes that undoubtedly engage students while creating a warm, caring, pleasant environment at Coddington. It was shared by his colleagues that the joy he brings to staff when we spot those perfectly vacuumed lines on our rugs is unmatched. Congratulations to Mr. John Williams for being this quarter's recipient of Excellence Exemplified. Thank you. And lastly, I just wanted to do a quick introduction. I want to give him a minute to get up here. We are very pleased to recognize and introduce Mr. Travis Mitchell. He probably is a familiar face. He's been with the school district for about 10 years, previously in lead mechanic for maintenance operations roles, as a skilled trades supervisor. And we are delighted to recognize him today as our new Assistant Director of Maintenance with New Hanover County Schools. So congratulations and thank you.
Continuing on, I'd like to invite our student voice students to come up.
Hello, my name is Logan Tamadon, and I'm a senior at Isaac Bear Early College High School.
Hi, I'm Bonnie Fayal. I'm a senior at Hogger High School.
Hello, my name is Jack Scherer. I'm a senior at Hoggard High School.
And my name is Molly Mathis, and I'm also a senior at Hoggard High School. We want to wish you a good evening. First of all, I hope you guys had a good past month and enjoyed all the snow days. As always, we really appreciate being able to have the opportunity to speak here. So I'm just going to get right into it. In previous meetings, we briefly discussed our examination of Policy 7300, which addresses the implications of flag banning in our community. While we recognize the intentions behind this policy, our team brought up concerns regarding its potential impact on our schools, particularly in how it may affect both teachers and students' abilities to express their identities. Today, you will hear directly from New Hanover County students who wish to share their perspectives on the policy and its influence on our school environment. The leaders of the student ambassadors have instructed the team on how to properly conduct interviews and gather data. In the past 2 weeks, the team has conducted more than 100 interviews with students and teachers across New Hanover County, gathering their thoughts, concerns, and opinions on the flag banning policy. This data includes perspectives from teachers across various disciplines, providing a balanced view of how the flag policy affects both educators and students, as well as a range of 9th through 12th graders from all the high schools with some middle school input as well. This diverse sample allows us to present an accurate and representative analysis on how this policy could affect our school environment.
As far as the data collection process, a series of questions were asked of both student and teachers. The ambassadors either had the student or the teacher complete questions on either in person or by Google form. Through this, we had over 108 responses from all 4 traditional high schools, and as well as Isaac Bear and Mosley, and had a select number of responses as well from middle schools. We've also got perspectives from teachers as well from across all disciplines at all 4 high schools, or traditional high schools at least. So providing a balanced view on the flag ban and how this flag policy will affect both educators and students. The diverse sample allows us to produce an accurate account of what things look like as far as they're concerned and how overall across the schools, how people feel about it.
So now let's get to the findings. After recording the opinions of students all across New Hanover County, 79.6% believe that flag restrictions should be revised to allow the display to a larger variety of flags. Additionally, when asked about the presence of flags in schools, 72.6% confirmed that some of the flags being displayed were outside of the approved flag list. Majority of students also claimed that the flags either had a positive impact or no impact on them at all. Also, the remaining 27.4% of students claimed that flags harm the learning environment. When asked about the impact of flag restrictions on teachers, 53.7% agreed that such policies negatively affect their ability to express themselves and or deliver course content. 30.6% believed that it had no effect, and 15.7% were unsure.
The data clearly indicates that for majority of the students, flags have a positive impact and meaningful representation. Participants were also asked to give suggestions on what guidelines or restrictions are necessary to ensure that the policy remains respectful and inclusive for all students. Majority responded that schools should ensure that flag displays and symbols do not promote discrimination, exclusion, or hate. It was also specified that flags should not contain offensive language, political endorsements, or historical hate group symbols. Just as offensive clothing is restricted, inappropriate or divisive flags should also be regulated. Many participants also feel that this policy is a First Amendment violation and an unnecessary restriction. They believe that the representation should be fair and balanced, allowing students and teachers to have the freedom to express their identity without pressure to participate in any display. However, expression should remain respectful, non-disruptive, and free from harmful intent.
Perhaps more lenient and specific flag restrictions would be better for the county's education system. Additionally, a reporting system could be added in case certain allowed flags prove detrimental to the learning environment. However, to reemphasize, we understand the reasoning behind these flag restrictions, yet we still strongly urge the board to refine the wording within these policies to be more specific and inclusive. This would allow for unnecessary confrontation to be avoided while also protecting the reasonable expression of diversity and individuality in the classroom.
In the future, we hope to get more teacher input and highlight student experiences. We were also fortunate enough to meet with Ms. Varnum, who connected with us with the communications team. By working closely with the communications team, we aim to create content that is both informative and inspiring, ensuring that students feel heard and represented. Thank you. If you have any questions, we would happily answer.
Mr. Perry?
Thank you for your work. I was just wondering if there was a report of the survey findings that you could provide to us so that we can review what you said.
Yeah, we will share it with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you guys so much. Oh, hold on. Dr. Merritt?
I very much appreciate not just that you're working hard and doing things to communicate with your classmates and across the district, but you're taking interest in policies and how they affect you and how they affect the world. And so I appreciate, thank you for being good citizens.
Thank you guys so much. Oh, Ms. Justice?
Yeah, and I'm going to elaborate on that because once a teacher, always a teacher. You sound like you are interested in possibly changing this policy or have it looked at again. You have two routes. You can go to this gentleman here. This is part of our policy procedure. You can go to this gentleman here and present that information to him, and he could possibly bring it to our policy committee, or one of us board members, and then we could bring it to the policy committee. So I'm just telling you that if you are interested in changing it to make it more holistic and practical for the schools, which is what it sounds like you're referring to, those are your options.
Thank you guys so much. And for teacher voice, we have Emerald Boyd from Mosley.
I have slides, so excuse the awkward thing to change the slide, because as a teacher I like to move and have a clicker, so I'm not used to being at a podium. But hi, it's okay, I'm going. I am Emerald Boyd, and I'm going to talk about post-secondary transition planning in action. You can go. That's me. Look cute. So I'm a special education teacher by trade. I have my undergrad from UNCW and my master's from Western Carolina University. I'm loud. I have the teacher voice. And I also you can't hear me now? Better? Okay. And I also am National Board Certified. So just some fun facts about me. I wanted to talk about my teaching philosophy, and I root that in advocacy. So I believe that advocating for our students is how all of our students move forward, and we maintain those high expectations for all of our students, including our most impacted students. So I wanted to tell you about my day-to-day first, and then I'm going to tell you about something else that I really love doing as part of my teaching program. So I am currently at Mosley, as you heard, and I am with our new Hanover County Transition Program for Young Adults, or TPYA, as you'll hear us refer to it quite a bit. I'm not going to read our whole mission statement, but our mission is to get our individuals with disabilities out in the community, be that soft entrance into the community, so that they are members of the community when they leave us with skills, ideally gainful employment, and it's a really, really great program. This year we have doubled. So we have doubled in size and have gone from 3 teachers to 5. And now we support 40 individuals that we are working to successful transition into the community. So who we serve students in New Hanover County Schools, 18 to 21 years old, and they have completed their traditional 4 years of high school. Can you still hear me? Let me know. And they are on our extended content standards, so they are working towards a certificate versus a diploma. So they are really our population that needs that targeted intervention for transition support when they leave us. So, and then our curriculum and community-based instruction. We have the luxury of being in our community almost every single day. We are out and about working on these 5 domains. So our main domains are independent living, community participation, employment, functional academics, and post-secondary pathways. So a snapshot of our day, we arrive at school, we'll do a targeted lesson on whatever we're doing in the community that day, and then we are on the city bus getting there and working. So we went to the Ability Garden this week to learn about planting, and we actually plant a lot of the plants that y'all buy at plant sales out in the community. That is our program that supports a lot of that. But at school, we'll do a lesson on that, how we get there, how we safely get there, what it means to be responsible, and why we need to work, and is it something we like? Because we need to do a job we like, right? And then we will make our way back to school, debrief, and then go about our day. So any of our days might be looking at any of these different pathways, But our big goal really is that independent living and employment on the continuum that students are able to. Next. We have lots of partners in the community, and we're very, very happy to have them. Love to grow them. If anyone ever wants to work with us, we're a joy, I promise. But we have partnerships across the entire community. We have partnerships at Cape Fear Community College, UNCW, especially within Watson, but across their campus, we're starting to get into rec therapy, and we work with health and PE and student services, and then broadening. We also have employment placements across the county, but also within our New Hanover County Schools district. So we work within the warehouse and within some of our cafeterias. Our students will be working there. So really great thing. So that's my day-to-day. That's what I do on a daily basis. I support individuals with disabilities. It's a ton of fun. I have the best job in the community. Don't fight me. I'll win. But we have had lots of opportunities. We love to work with community partners. We would love to add to the list, so just shameless plug. And then I wanted to talk about another part of my teaching that was surprising, but something I'm really, really passionate about and really, really enjoy. I am a part of our New Hanover County Emerging Leaders, and I have been fortunate enough to get to work through this program, and I'm on my second year, so I am developing a pathway project. Again, shameless plug. Applications will be coming out soon for this, and I encourage any educator who might be interested to do it. But as part of this, we get to basically pick a passion project that we get to focus on. I love post-secondary transition, as you saw. It's my day-to-day job. So last year I organized a family information night that we hosted 20 agencies, and we added a campus creation showcase on there where we had different schools show their school-based enterprise and what they were doing and sell them to the community. It's coming up again. The second annual will be in May. And then the second part of this is I decided hosting an event is great. I got to learn a lot about the agencies, but when I was a beginning teacher, I didn't know where to look for information about agencies in the community other than agency websites, because it's overwhelming and no one has enough time in their day to be able to do that. So my part 2 of my Emerging Pathway Project is, Emerging Leader Pathway Project, is I have created a hub of online professional development, and each of these that has a hyperlink on them, hyperlinks to a Google Doc that teachers can access, and it has videos provided by these agencies about who they serve, what they serve, and basically information to help teachers communicate to parents and family that this is available and ready to go for them. Next slide. So it's pretty simple. It works like this. There's a video, they watch it, they enjoy, they do some reflection, and there's additional resources for teachers to access and then work to get PD credit for it. And through that, these are the local agencies that have so far been presented for it, for the on-demand professional development. And then we've also had college professors present and different classroom management to work to transition, because the goal for all teachers is we want our kids to be successful outside our classroom. So we're working towards that, and it's there, and it's great. And that's it. Thanks.
Board members, did anybody have any questions, comments? Ms. Barnhart?
I just want to say thank you. I'm very passionate. When we have a passionate person like yourself in the district, to be able to share that information is going to be so impactful, not only to the teachers, but our students and our families. So I appreciate that. I loved hearing about you being able to help grow the program, because that means we're supporting those double amount of kids. And so I appreciate your leadership on this. I just want to say that.
Mr. Wildebohr?
And I would just like to reiterate and say thank you also. I think, obviously you are a passionate teacher. We need more like you throughout the school system. We have some great teachers. But I mean, what you do for those students each and every day, from the bottom of my heart, all I can say is thank you.
It's really fun. Like I said, it's the best job in the county.
And I wouldn't argue that either. That population has a special place in my heart, and I love every year being able to go to the TPYA graduation. Absolutely. It is one of the sweetest graduations you could possibly go to, and most personal, and so thank you. Absolutely, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, moving on, our interim superintendent's report.
Good evening, everybody, and I'm going to terrify Ms. Baggy for a second by going off script before I go to my superintendent's report. We've been here for an hour, and all we've talked about are the amazing students and faculty here in this county. And so that's what I'm so proud about this district being about, is celebrating the amazing work that's being done every day in our classrooms and in our schools. So thank you again for being a part of that, but it takes us that long to talk about the amazing things that we're doing. All right, so good evening, board members. Tonight I'm honored to share the incredible work happening across New Hanover County Schools. First things first, I want to begin by celebrating one of our own, Assistant Superintendent Julie Varnum. Julie, if you could please stand. Hold on, folks, you don't know what you're clapping about yet.
Great.
Julie has been honored with the North Carolina Council for Exceptional Children Distinguished Service Award, and this recognition reflects her unwavering leadership and commitment to advancing services for students with disabilities. Through her efforts, we have not only improved policies, but it has enhanced the daily experiences of countless students. Julie, congratulations on this well-deserved honor. We also want to let you know soon we will be having the exciting privilege of surprising this year's finalists for this year's New Hanover County Schools Rookie of the Year Award. This recognition is a testament to the talent and dedication of our newest educators who are shaping the future of our students, and we look forward to celebrating them and the passion they bring to their classrooms. This month, we have to recognize several different groups of people. First, National School Counseling Week is this week. Thank you to our school counselors for their unwavering support of students' academic, social, and emotional well-being. February, So I want you guys to go home with your hands hurting. February is also Career and Technical Education, or CTE month. We celebrate the hands-on learning and career-ready skills that our CTE programs provide and the staff that guide student success. I want to remind you that tomorrow is World Read Aloud Day, and it's a reminder to share the joy of reading and storytelling. February, of course, is Black History Month, and it's a time to reflect on and celebrate the achievements and contributions of Black Americans in our schools, communities, and beyond. Next week, thank you. Next week is School Bus Driver Appreciation Week. And if you have not ridden on a bus recently, trust me, you appreciate these people.
Absolutely.
We want to recognize the dedication of our drivers in safely transporting our students every day. Also, on February 15th is National School Resource Officer Day, and we want to thank the Sheriff's Department and the officers who help keep our schools safe every day. As we continue to plan for the future, we are in the midst of our budget listening sessions to gather valuable input that will guide our financial priorities for the next school year. This process ensures that the voices of educators and stakeholders are heard as we make strategic decisions for the district. In the coming days, we're going to be engaging with assistant principals, and later this week, we will do a similar budget activity with the board on Friday. By the end of this month, I will share the key takeaways and the superintendent budget priorities that emerge from these discussions. Finally, I want to address the PowerSchool data breach and our ongoing efforts to support those who have been affected. To assist impacted individuals, Experian is providing a dedicated call center to answer questions and guide you through the enrollment process for protection services. Those affected are going to be receiving a notification letter from PowerSchool with instructions on how to access these resources. We have more up-to-date information if you'd like it. We encourage families to visit our PowerSchool data breach page under the Community tab at our website. As we move forward, I want to thank each and every one of you for your continued commitment to students and staff. The work we do every day, whether it's in classrooms, boardrooms, or behind the scenes, shapes the success of all of our district. Together, we are making a lasting impact on students. I'd like to also remind you that there is a one-page synopsis of all the stuff we talk about back there on the desk. If you'd like to take that home with you, we'd like to have you dig deeper into some of the things we're talking about tonight. Now, apparently, I invite you to take a moment to watch the video on your screens, which highlights some of the impactful initiatives we've been working on across the district. This is our quarter in review. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barnes. And now we will move on to the board chair report. Good evening. I hope everyone had an opportunity to enjoy the snow. I'm from New York, so it really wasn't that much for me, but I hope everybody had the opportunity to enjoy it. A few weeks ago, 4 members of the board, including myself and Dr. Barnes, attended an NCSBA ethics conference. It was a very informative conference with many opportunities to connect with board members from other parts of the state, and I was grateful for the chance to attend. This month, I had the opportunity to visit a few more schools, and I just wanted to share some of the things that are happening. We've heard all the big things. I wanted to talk about and highlight some of the little things that are happening that are really not even little. They're definitely impactful. So my first visit was to Isaac Bear, and I was absolutely delighted to see several of the amazing teachers we have. One that I wanted to highlight was Miss Talbert, who teaches 9th grade ELA. She brought memes into the classroom and used vocabulary to practice. So students were tasked with writing words such as lackadaisical, hackneyed, and abscond on the whiteboard next to an applicable meme. Then they were asked to explain their reasoning, and I thought this was a great way to improve student vocabulary and apply it to real life. She was just one of the examples, and I just absolutely wanted to highlight how she made it relevant for our kids. My next stop was to Roland Grice, and I have visited as a parent, but this was a different visit as a board member. And it was delightful to hear from staff about all the amazing things that are happening there. And one thing that they wanted to highlight was the mastery class that happens. So this was developed initially to ensure that our EC students had the opportunity to participate in electives they enjoyed rather than solely on the 4 content areas that they're tested on. The class occurs 5 days a week for all students, but on Wednesdays, there is a school-wide focus on various skill development, such as organization, note-taking, and test preparation. The school-wide focus has been beneficial to the students who attend and has provided consistency across the grades. And my third stop was to Alderman, and it was on a professional development day, which was great. I got to watch a fantastic presentation from staff members to other staff members, sharing strategies and resources. And my favorite idea that they shared was the idea of a secret student, where a student was picked at random, the name was hidden, and at the end of the day, they kind of calculated how the behavior was, and the next day, if that student had excellent behavior, had done a great job, they got a reward. Some of it was sitting in a comfy chair, some of it was on a special desk, but I just thought it was a great way to reward our kids and not have to spend any money, but reinforcing that positive student behavior. Last Thursday, 3 board members, including myself, had the chance to watch some amazing math scholars as they competed in math counts. And let me tell you, it was very humbling to sit there. Sitting through the speed round definitely highlighted the wonderful mathletes in our district, with the winner of the speed round being a young lady, woohoo, from Roland Grice. The overall winning team was from Murray Middle School, who will be continuing on to the regional competition. Congratulations to all the winners. And lastly, I would like to apologize to my fellow board members for not clarifying the flexibility in the committee assignment document. I'm not perfect, and I'm grateful for the grace extended to me as I work through the beginning growing pains. I look forward to focusing on the needs of our staff, student, and families in this community. Our duty has been and will continue to be on the betterment of our schools, and while we may not always agree on the how, our goals should always be a stronger district, safer schools, and the best education. This concludes my chair report. All right, moving forward, I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Barnhart for the call to audience.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First up is Reverend Dante Murphy.
Members of the board, I stand before you today to demand accountability and transparency. And instead of hiring or considering the hiring of Dr. Christopher Barnes, I want to propose that you should be discussing his termination. It is both strange and suspicious to me.
Madam Chair, point of inquiry.
Could you please pause the time? Ms. Bradford?
Looking at our policy code 2310, public participation at board members, at board meetings, it says on item C, complaints about the performance of school personnel should be submitted initially for response to the school system official responsible for the program or the facility or the superintendent. Has that been done?
Not to my knowledge. Excuse me.
Madam Chair, if that hasn't been done, then we're not following our policy by making a complaint about one of our personnel here in an open meeting without following the proper procedure.
Madam Chair, since I've been interrupted.
Hold on, I will allow you to continue to speak so long as you follow the rules of decorum. So you can continue to have.
I'm not making a complaint against staff, I'm making a complaint against the board.
Okay, go ahead.
So what is your determination? Because I don't want to be violating
You can go ahead.
what Ms. Bradford has raised.
If you are talking about the board, then you can go ahead. Absolutely.
Are you all right with that, Ms. Bradford?
As long as you don't talk about one of our employees.
Okay, go ahead.
Do I get my 2 minutes started over?
Can we restart the time? Okay, go ahead.
Members of the board, I stand before you today to demand accountability and transparency. Instead of you considering the hiring of Dr. Christopher Barnes, you should be discussing his termination. It is both strange and suspicious to me that Dr. Charles Faust was deemed unfit to continue leading this district. And we, along with others, agree with that decision. Yet you seem adamant to quickly now turn the system over to the administration that was handpicked by Dr. Faust to carry out his deeds. Furthermore, the New Hanover County Board of Education has the lawful right, and more importantly, the obligation to investigate, subpoena staff and board members, and put them under oath to resolve serious allegations that I actually outlined and sent to each of you in an email. These matters cannot be ignored, dismissed, or swept under the rug. Failure to act sends a clear message that you are no different than top administrators and former board members who allowed multiple children over multiple years to be sexually abused by multiple perpetrators. That is unacceptable. The people of this county demand integrity in leadership. We demand that you reject Dr. Barnes' hiring and move to find a superintendent who is not tied to Dr. Charles Faust and put some of this confusion to rest. The choice is yours. But make no mistake, the people are watching, and based on how you all get along, you'll be watching each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Natasha 2? Natasha 2? Leslie Posey?
Good evening. Last week you had a presentation about a security system that relies on AI-generated information. The presenters made a big deal about how the product doesn't use facial recognition information. But one of the highlighted features is that the program can give an alert if there is someone on campus who isn't supposed to be there. How can it know who's not supposed to be on campus if it doesn't have a file of who is? Also, facial recognition was on almost every slide in their presentation. Since all of our students have their pictures taken at some point, installing that information would be very easy. I could go into more detail, but instead I'd like to give you an example of AI learning. Amazon launched the AI device Alexa in 2014. There were and continue to be lots of admonitions about how Alexa isn't listening or learning. She only turns on when you say her name. We have an Alexa. It's great for music, as in a timer. We also know that she listens. One of our favorite authors is scientist Rachel Carson. We even named 2 family members after her. Our daughter Rachel is an environmental attorney. Carson is a dog. Ms. Carson comes up periodically in conversations. About a year ago, I got an alert from Alexa. I found a new book by Rachel L. Carson that you might like. The scientist Rachel Carson didn't use a middle initial, and she died in 1964, so I don't think Alexa found a new book by her. My point is, AI is still new. AI is still learning. The presenters last week made a big deal about not storing information, but as I said, facial recognition was on almost every slide. I urge you to think long and hard before you sign on to Raptor's product.
Thank you. Sandy Isles?
For the past 5 years, I've been speaking here for just about every month, advocating for policies that protect children. When I was advocating to ban the use of seclusion and restraint, the number one question I got was, what are teachers supposed to do if they can't seclude kids? And now it's, what do we do if we can't suspend them? And how will they ever learn accountability? Those are legitimate questions, and a big part of my advocacy over the years has been trying to be solution-focused. I truly believe that if we do what's best for children, we inherently do what's best for staff. And taking away a solution, even a bad one, without replacing it with something better is not what is best for students or staff. Which is why I'm so excited that New Hanover County Schools is rolling out reframing behavior across all of our schools so that our staff have a better solution. This trauma-informed, neurodivergent affirming, and neuroscience-based model not only helps adults reframe how they support children, but it prioritizes their well-being. Reframing behavior recognizes that adults cannot support children if they themselves are not taken care of. I understand our staff are overwhelmed and stretched to their max, but I hope that they will embrace this evidence-based resource. I hope they will push past any fears or skepticism and recognize that what we're doing is not working for them or our students. We must do something different if we want better outcomes, and we must be part of the solution. Most of all, I want this resource to bring staff hope that we can improve the culture and safety in our schools, and I want them to feel empowered when responding to challenging behaviors. This is not a quick fix. It will take time to see positive results, and because of that, I hope that New Hanover County Schools will invest at least 3 to 5 years into this model. Doing so will allow our staff to fully embrace and master their new skills so that they can confidently and effectively support our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Karen Clark?
I am very grateful to the board for wisdom and to Dr. Barnes for continuing as our superintendent. The word of the Lord. Do not be afraid, for I have ransomed you. I have called you by name. You are mine. When you go through deep waters, I will be with you. When you go through rivers of difficulty, you will not drown. When you walk through the fire of oppression, you will not be burned. The flames will not consume you. For I am the Lord your God, your Savior, You are precious to me, you are honored, and I love you. For I have chosen you. Don't be afraid, for I am with you. Don't be discouraged, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will hold you up with my victorious right hand. Everything I plan will come to pass. I have said what I would do, and I will do it. Those who trust in me will never be put to shame. I will fight those who fight you, and I will save your children. No weapon turned against you will succeed. You will silence every voice raised against you. These benefits are enjoyed by the servants of the Lord. Their vindication will come from me. There is nothing compared to what I am going to do, for I am about to do something new. See, I have already begun. Do you not see it?
Thank you. Dr. Jamie Pond?
Good evening. For the past several years, I've attended Board of Education meetings, and I've participated in Call to the Audience many times. I've seen the call to audience go from the time of 3 minutes to 2 to a lottery system that we have right now. Now, there's a discussion about whether board members should curb groups from taking up too much time for call to the audience. What is interesting to me when it comes to this issue is how would this be regulated? Who is being silenced? Based on my observations, it appears that the board is attempting to silence Love Our Children. For at least the past 2 years, I've seen these speakers advocate for 5, 6, and 7-year-olds. But unfortunately, and again, it appears to me, that the board hasn't been listening to them. So instead, they regularly attend and speak. If it wasn't for them, I'm sure many people would not know these concerning practices and policies in New Hanover County schools. I recommend that you please listen to their concerns and allow for call to audience to remain the same. Don't infringe upon their rights to organize and speak, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Chris Sutton?
I had an entire speech written, but I'm going to be completely honest. That is absolutely frustrating that you're going to stop that man while he's speaking like that, Ms. Bradford. That is absolutely frustrating. Go ahead and look at her. Go ahead and stop the time. Go ahead. I have every bit to redress my people. This is North Carolina general statute right here. We have public meetings. We're allowed to speak. I understand you've been against call to audience since the beginning. You took away 1/3 of our speaking roles. You're trying to take their ability away to speak separately. This is ridiculous. Over and over, y'all keep doing this to us. I had a whole speech about the AI program and how we need a town hall. I tried discussing stuff with Teacher Voice, allowing teachers to be up here and sign up and not have to go through the same call to audience. This is ridiculous. You want to talk about following the policies now? You know what I'm talking about. This is so frustrating. You cannot pick and choose when to follow our policies. Even with this call to audience stuff. God, what are you afraid of? Right now, we might have the majority as conservatives, but the fact remains, one day we might not be in the majority. We might be the dissenting voice up here, and you should be doing everything in your power to make sure that our voice is protected. You're not doing your job. I'm so frustrated that this just happened tonight. You know how many times I've gotten up here and said something about Dr. Faust? I love Dr. Barnes. I don't even agree with him. I want him to be the next superintendent. But I will fight for that man's right to come up here and dissent amicably. He sent you an email because I received it. He CC'd me on the email. I am so frustrated. I had this whole speech. It was going to be nice. We were going to play real nice, hunky-dory. Tonight, this committee assignment stuff, if y'all go on a witch hunt, watch what happens. I promise you, I'm going to make it my mission to expose all of the BS drama behind the scenes. Natwaida Mila, that speaks man who greets with fire. I promise you, if y'all turn this into a mudslinging, there will be mud slung back. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you. Christina Mercer?
Whether you believe we live in a republic or democracy, the United States has always attempted, sometimes better than others, to give a voice to minorities. Over the years, one way minorities have been given a voice is through having a day, week, or month of recognition. These observances have helped right the wrong of decades of minorities being overlooked for significant contributions they've willingly or unwillingly made to the USA. In fact, many of the contributions are so significant they have found their way into state and national public school curricula. For example, the North Carolina High School American History curriculum has standards that include the impact of women and other minority groups on American society, the effects of domestic conflicts that target specific groups of people, and how racism, oppression, and discrimination against minorities impacted America. In order to continue to effectively teach our history, we must continue to observe and celebrate our American minority groups, even if we aren't part of that group. Some of the most significant months are African American history in February, Women's History in March, Arab American Heritage in April, Asian and Pacific Islander Month in May, Pride Month in June, Disability Pride in July, Hispanic Heritage in September and October, and Native American Heritage in November. All these minorities have had a huge impact on the shaping of the United States, and observing them should not be seen as an interruption to learning, but as education itself. As the speaker said last month, the new federal administration is interested in putting America first. Recognizing the minority groups that helped to build the nation, yet were oppressed and often still are oppressed, is the best way to show that America has placed a priority on recognition and inclusion. May these observations teach everyone about empathy as well. Please support the schools as they participate in these observations.
Thank you. Lainey Cooper? Lainey Cooper? Is Carrie Bogart here?
Good evening. I'm Caroline Bogart. I live and vote in New Hanover County. I've attended a couple of board meetings in the past, but this is the first time speaking to the board. I'm very concerned about the secrecy surrounding the seclusion in our schools, and I find it to be very concerning. On November 1st, 2022, the board revised Regulation 4302 on the rules for the use of seclusion and restraint in schools. The revision said, quote, as of the year 2024 school year, rooms designated specifically for seclusion will no longer be operational for seclusion, unquote. For some reason, the board didn't vote to end the use of seclusion. In other words, kids could still be secluded, but not in the locked, padded closets. So my question for you tonight is, where are you putting the kids who are being secluded now? North Carolina Statute 115C-391.1 on the permissible use of seclusion and restraint states that the space must be appropriately lighted, ventilated, heated, and cooled. Also, the space must be free of objects that unreasonably expose a student to harm for himself or others. And most importantly, the space must be approved by the local education agency. Based on the horrible history of hundreds of seclusions in New Hanover County in recent years, the public, who funds the school system through taxes and votes for or against you, has a right to know. The truth is out there, and I hope that Dr. Barnes will share that information at next month's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Twink Barr? I'm sorry, Ms. Cooper. Come on up.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Marlene Cooper. I am the founder of Speak Your Peace North Carolina. I'm a poet, and we create platforms that advocate for social justice through the arts. And the name of this poem is called Stay Woke. In light of Black history and all of the ugly things that are happening here in this country and in this county, stay woke. We are living in an age that systemic racism hasn't changed. Living in these overt times, it's clear no one on the school board represents Black children here. Truly, it's been over a decade, 12 whole years. The numbers always speak 60% of Black children are suspended. It's 5, 6, and 7-year-olds to be clear and specific. When only 18% of us attend New Hanover County schools, is there something I'm missing? For those at home who are tuning in, when you educate your children on the reality of this system, you break the change of their covert mission, which is the pipeline to prison. I want to take a moment to remember all the students that never graduated from New Hanover County schools because they went straight from the classroom to the pipeline to prison. I encourage everyone to stay woke. Anyone who is here who may not be having side conversations with their children, to teach them the truth. Bible Malcolm X said, paraphrasing it, only a fool will allow for his enemies to educate your children. And we are foolish if we think that people on this board represent the Black voice. Stay woke. Thank you.
Thank you. Twink Bar. Twink Bar.
Hello, my name is Twink Barr. I taught first and second grades for 22 years. I live in Wilmington, and this is my first time speaking to the board. Board Committees Policy 2230 states that the purpose of committees is to conduct thorough deliberations and investigations of issues and informing and recommending action to the board as appropriate. Well, I attended the policy committee 2 weeks ago and sat right there, and it was clear that when they discussed short-term suspension policy 4351, no one had read the policy recently. After a 15-minute discussion, a final revision was approved that states principals or their designees shall attempt to contact parents as soon as possible when a suspension determination is made. How could no one know that that language was already in the policy? Policy 4351 already states the principal or designee shall provide the student's parents or guardian with notice that includes the reason for the suspension, and the principal or designee must give the notice by the end of the workday during which the suspension is imposed when reasonably possible, but in no event more than 2 days after the suspension is imposed. Send policy 4351 back to the policy committee and have them actually read it so they can conduct thorough deliberations and investigations of the issues before bringing it to the board.
Reverend Koju Nantambu. Reverend Koju Nantambu. Am I saying that correctly? I don't know. They are here. All right, Miss Jenny Simmons. Okay, thank you, Peter.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Virginia Simmons. I've been an educator for well over 50 years now. I've been a teacher, a professor, an administrator. I've lived in and worked in 3 states and 9 countries. So what I'm bringing to you is I've earned degrees. Those first degrees were in elementary education, English, and social studies. Then the next 4 were master's degrees, and they were in behavior disorders, learning disabilities, gifted and special education. And then I did a teaching of a second language. I've been honored with the Who's Who in education for the North Carolina TAG, and I have an honorary degree from my university, which is West Virginia State University, which is a historical Black university. I live in Wilmington, and this is my first time getting to talk to you all, and I'm going to look at my notes because I love to talk, so I got to stay on the thing, okay? I want to talk about 5, 6, and 7-year-olds because I've worked with them all over the world in all sorts of situations. First of all, they're good. They're good kids, and they're doing the best they can. Sometimes they make mistakes, like I do. Sometimes they lack skills and have difficulty meeting the expectations of the classroom, like I do. Sometimes the thinking part of their brain shuts down, and it goes into protection mode. In the extreme cases, when a child is in danger of hurting themselves or others, it makes sense to have a trusted adult, highly qualified and certified teacher or school counselor, or someone who's specially trained, work with the child in a specific location
Thank
in
you. Your time's
the
up.
school.
Linda Harutan.
Good evening. My name is Linda Harudian, and it is my first time speaking before this board. I'd like to begin by asking what the difference is between two sentences. Principals or their designees shall attempt to contact parent, guardians before a suspension determination is made, and the sentence, principals or their designees shall attempt to contact parents, guardians as soon as possible when a suspension determination is made. In the first sentence, the parent or guardian might speak with an administrator before he or she has officially decided to suspend the child. In the second sentence, the parent or guardian might speak with an administrator after he or she has decided to suspend their child. As the mother of 3 sons, one of whom is differently abled, I would have wanted the opportunity to hear what happened and be able to ask some questions, such as, were any positive behavioral alternatives tried with my child? Are there other behavioral alternatives that the school could have used with my child? It is even possible that the parent guardian has some current information about their child that sheds light on his or her behavior. Then, at the end of the conversation, the administrator can make an informed decision that is based on all the available information. This seems like the only fair and decent approach to addressing a situation of this type that is in the best interests of all involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Bogart. Bob Bogart.
Evening. This is my first time speaking before the board. The policy consensus is on the agenda tonight. No doubt there'll be some discussion about the short-term suspension policy. Here's what I predict. No one will discuss the out-of-school suspension data. No one will discuss the disproportionate number of Black and special education children that are being suspended. No one will ask about the 16 schools that have 0 K-2 suspensions and how they're able to keep their kids learning in school. No one will discuss the research that shows how suspensions harm children. No one will discuss the positive behavior support alternatives that can be used instead of suspensions. Someone will remind everyone how hard it is to reach parents on the phone. Someone will say that using the word before instead of as soon as possible will take away the authority of the principals. It's not true. Some members will not acknowledge that the proposed language is already part of the current policy. Some members will recognize that 5, 6, and 7-year-olds are developmentally different from 15, 16, and 17-year-olds, and that actually 2 different suspension policies are needed. Hopefully, someone will make a motion to send the policy back to the committee where they can have thorough deliberations and investigations of this important issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Reverend Kelly Wheat Rivers.
Hello, all. My name is Reverend Kelly Wheat Rivers from the Unitarian Universalist Congregation of Wilmington. I'm here to speak about Policy 4300 and out-of-school suspensions. As Unitarian Universalists, we actually have a lot of different beliefs, but we have shared values. Love is the power that holds us together and is at the center of our shared values. Our deepest common theological foundation is love. Student Behavior Policy 4300 states, school administrators will utilize positive behavior support alternatives to suspensions and only use out-of-school suspensions as a last resort. On the topic of out-of-school suspensions, I've been thinking about the 16 schools that had 0 out-of-school suspensions for 5, 6, and 7-year-olds during the first half of this year. So my question is, which positive behavior support alternatives are those schools using? And which alternatives have been the most effective? Can these be evaluated and implemented more universally? Instruction in conflict resolution, individual or small group sessions with the school counselor, and restorative practices sound much more loving than kicking out our youngest learners. Sometimes kids fight. As a mom, I'm very aware of that. When they're only 5, 6, or 7 years old, it makes more sense to help them in school, where our professional staff there can provide support and services to address their social, emotional, and behavioral needs. A little more love could go a long way towards helping these kids learn and thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Carla Johnson. Carla Johnson.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. My name is Carla Johnson, and this is my first time speaking before the board. Consider the sentence, principals or their designees shall attempt to contact parents or guardians before a suspension determination is made. Which part of that sentence jeopardizes an administrator's ability to create a safe and effective learning environment? First, the principal attempts to contact the parent or guardian. A reasonable number of attempts might be 2 phone calls, a phone call and a text, maybe 2 phone calls and a text. If the administrator is successful, there's a conversation with the parent or guardian, at the end of which he or she decides if a suspension is the appropriate consequence. Policy 4351 currently says that the principal or designee has the authority to impose a suspension. Now, if the administrator is unable to contact the parent or guardian after 2 or 3 attempts, he or she decides if a suspension is the appropriate consequence, but without that conversation. Don't be afraid of the word before. It simply provides the possibility that the parent or guardian will talk with an administrator before a suspension determination is made. Again, consider the sentence, principals or their designees shall attempt to contact parents or guardians before a suspension determination is made. Good communication with parents or guardians will help to create a safe and effective learning environment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Veronica McLaurin Brown. Veronica.
This month, Love Our Children NC is celebrating 4 years of advocating for the end of exclusionary discipline. We are a nonprofit organization dedicated to improving school board policies so that all children can stay in school where they can learn and thrive. We're grateful to all the individuals and organizations that take the time to speak on behalf of our 5, 6, and 7-year-olds. We use research and data to inform policy recommendations. We also listen to educators, parents, students, other community members, and even school board members and the interim superintendent. We recently reviewed the K-2 out-of-school suspension data for the first semester with Dr. Barnes and Mr. Williber and others. We appreciate the progress the principals, the teachers, and staff have made towards reducing the number of suspensions of our 5, 6, and 7-year-olds. As Love Our Children begins its 5th year of advocacy, we believe that there will be more opportunities to share data and exchange ideas. We also believe that the policies should set the high bar for our students, for what's best for all of our students. Policy should focus on student achievements, not their failures. High standards of performance for students should be non-negotiable. A lack of funding, a lack of resources, or a lack of personnel should not determine what's in a policy. A lack of funding, a lack of resources, or a lack of personnel should not determine what's in a policy. Policy should be based on our highest expectations for our children and the teachers and staff that serve them.
Thank you. Nelson Boyer.
Good evening. In 2018, the Trump administration implemented the barbaric, grotesque act of separating the children of immigrants from their parents. The president did so by his own admission as an act of deterrence. So if you think the idea of ICE in our schools is abstract, you simply have not been paying attention. This is the not messing around administration. I was pleased to read in a recent article that Dr. Barnes is gathering information before implementing policy, but it's the board's job to set policy. So here is some information that might help you do so. Some, while you gather information, might insist that you must assist in federal law enforcement immigration, that you risk criminal and civil exposure by not doing so. And this is, of course, patently absurd. I would refer Mr. Perry to Prince versus U.S., which stated very clearly that the state of Texas did not have to enforce federal gun law. Some will tell you you'll lose critical funding if you don't comply, but again, this is absurd. If you look at 2012 NFIB versus Sebelius, you'll see that the federal government has no way to use its federal funding power to induce action on your part. These cases and countless other precedents make it clear the choice to allow immigration enforcement into our schools is 100% yours. It won't be Trump's fault, it won't be ICE's fault, it will be yours, and it will be your responsibility. Ms. Justice, Mr. Merrick, I am asking you to put this issue on the agenda and answer a simple and direct question. Will you allow ICE to conduct immigration enforcement operations on New Hanover property schools? Unless you don't want to mess with the agenda, I'd remind you that in May of this past year, you put a flag item on an agenda for something that happened 100 miles away.
Angie Caney.
Last Friday, the North Carolina Supreme Court unanimously ruled that the look-back window of the Safe Child Act is constitutional, giving adult victims of sexual assault 2 more years to file charges against their abuser. This is a win as it allows us to move forward in pending cases and because this is the same act that gave a voice to the majority of Michael Kelly's victims in the previous civil suit against New Hanover County Schools for protecting pedophiles over students. The same school system that perpetuated decades of abuse by ignoring red flags and complaints, then challenged whether too much time had passed by for victims to be able to share their testimony and seek justice. Fortunately, those brave survivors continued to fight, and their courage was a key factor that led to this court's ruling. Many of you will say, well, I wasn't here then, it's not my fault, but you are here now, and you are responsible for the pushback against Title IX work done previously and moving forward in an effort to make our schools safer. The strides that were made to improve Title IX and protect students are now being attacked in your perverse quest to target LGBTQ+ kids. You would rather inflict harm on marginalized students than to keep students safe. This was the goal of the victims in the settlement, to prevent a repeat of this trauma, yet you seemed set on another multi-million-dollar lawsuit.
The number of Title IX cases have not decreased. They're being diverted back to the schools, which is what led to these scandalous sexual assaults to begin with, and you continue to ignore Title IX federal law. I applaud Ms. Mason for attempting to be objective in assigning committees, but perhaps appointing people in the community that have actually advocated for Title IX rights and sexual assault victims and have knowledge of prevention from experience. My guess is that the district doesn't like the transparency and accountability that their voices would bring. In the next round, at least we have the Safe Child Act intact and strong case law from the Kelly case to protect students and allow the window for them to process the trauma inflicted by this school's negligence.
Thank you. Peter Walrich.
First, I want to acknowledge our elementary school principals, educators, and staff for the excellent work they have done to reduce out-of-school suspensions for 5, 6, and 7-year-olds for the first half of the school year. 2 weeks ago, Dr. Barnes shared some data with Veronica and me. It is the best K-2 data we have seen to date. Well done. I hope you will continue to offer your staff training that promotes the use of positive behavior support alternatives to suspensions. And I also hope your budget for next year includes money for additional teachers, teacher assistants, school counselors, social workers, and highly qualified and certified in-school suspension teachers. Oh yeah, the pay raises. And I worry about your pre-Ks. Their staffs have been gutted. Money is needed to rehire pre-K teachers for the positions that were cut. And you must address the endless disparity between suspensions of Black students and their white peers. Next, I want to publicly acknowledge that Mr. Wildeboer has met with Veronica and me 3 times during the past 4 years for respectful conversations and an exchange of ideas. Thank you. Finally, this school board has one of the best call to the audience opportunities of any county in this state. It's 60 minutes, has up to 25 speakers, it's early in the evening, and most importantly, it's before any policy vote is taken. Don't silence our voices. Thank you.
Thank you. Going back around to who was not here, Natasha too, and Reverend Koju Nantambu. All
right. All right, thank you. Board, would we like a 5-minute break? All right, we're in a 5-minute break. Please return by 6:53.
Thank you. Is this the sign that you guys use? That is. This is the sign language for
Board members, if you could return to the dais, please. Board members, return to the dais. And Dr. Barnes. Board members, please return to the dais. There's only three that we don't have a quorum.
Can't complain about me this time.
We don't have a quorum, so. Dr. Merrick, Ms. Bradford, Ms. Justice, Mr. Wildebohr, and Dr. Barnes. All right, we have a quorum. We are back in session. Moving on to consensus items in the agenda.
To approve the consensus items?
Okay, do I hear a second?
Can you please repeat?
Can you repeat?
Make a motion to approve the consensus items?
Motion to approve the consensus items.
Yeah, I'd like to pull a couple before, but go ahead, see if you get a second, and then we'll talk.
I will second it, and we can have discussion. Dr. Merrick?
Yes,
Sorry.
I would like to pull A, C, and D for individual discussion.
A. Can you repeat those? A, C?
A, C, and D.
D?
D.
D as in dog?
D as in dog.
Okay, perfect. All right. Mr. Perry?
I'd like to pull G for a very brief comment.
All right, Ms. Barnhart?
I will make a motion to adopt B, E, and F from the consensus items.
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Those pass 7-0. Going through in order, we'll start with A. Dr. Merrick?
Yeah, I see that we're looking at spending another $500,000 on the Ashley track, and I love the idea of having a beautiful athletic field, et cetera, at Ashley, and I think our students deserve it. But I feel very strongly that with the fields at New Hanover High School being what they are, that I think the public needs to hear again and maybe again and maybe again why there's so much discrepancy and why would be spending an extra another $500,000 on the track as a change order when the situation at New Hanover is what it is.
Mr. Anderson?
Yes. So this is a change order report, so these have already been done. The board approved the funding, change order was processed, and the work has been completed. I will say on this one, the reason for the $500,000 change order was it had to be constructed in phases. So all along, the total of the project was approximately, what was it, $829,000. So that's what was anticipated. But because the way it was funded, a change order had to be executed for the second phase.
I appreciate that, and I want the work to be done. I just want the explanation to the public of what will happen, to reassure the public that New Hanover High School is going to be getting a track as well.
No, I cannot assure that.
We'll take up that on another meeting.
All right. C, the 2025 budget amendment.
Madam Chair?
Oh,
Shouldn't we vote on one by one?
We can do that.
I'm thinking, because otherwise.
All right. Do I hear a motion to approve A?
I have so move.
All All right, any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 7-0. Budget amendment. Yes, Ms. Barnhart.
I just wanted to speak to, I know our board was really intentional about making sure if we found money, which I'm grateful that we did, to put it back into the classroom. And so this really highlights the allocations for teachers, full-time assistant, sixth grade guidance counselor, some bus monitors. And this was done as a result of listening to our staff and being most responsive to the needs that were currently being presented. And so I just want to say thank you. That was 1.1 million going back into the classrooms. Appreciate it as a board member. Happy to pass this budget amendment.
Dr. Merrick?
Yeah, I was just confused. I'm looking for more information, and that's why I wanted to pull it off the consent agenda. It looks like $3.6 million has been reduced from the restart budget. Am I reading that correctly? And some of it's being put back in, but 3.6 million is being taken out by DPI, and we're getting, 1.2 million back.
Ms. Sutton?
Yes, so DPI is normally late in providing the money to the restart, but we know that that money is going to come in. So we went ahead and budgeted it in that state 001 so that restart could go ahead and start running their school and doing the things that they needed to do. So when that restart money came in, we budgeted that in the right program, but we had to reduce the extra budget we had in 001 since we knew that money wasn't actually going to come in. So it's just an adjustment that we made to our original budget estimate. In total, it was pretty close to the same, but it was just in the wrong program. So this is us making that adjustment.
I love how you guys push money around and make it work. I don't know how you do it, but thanks for doing it.
All right. I will entertain a motion to approve the 2025 budget amendment.
So moved. I'll second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. Continuing on, year-to-date contracts and purchase orders. Dr. Merrick, this was also you.
Yeah, we're looking at a lot of expenditures here, some that we've seen, some that we've talked about. And I don't expect us to understand all of what you do. But it seems like with this many expenditures, shouldn't we have maybe had a quick little rundown with that so that we would understand these more? Mr. Perry?
I was just...
Excuse me.
Sorry.
Mr.
Not my
Perry.
job.
Yes, I was actually going to wonder if in future reports, whether you could have a column with a couple sentence explanation of what the expense is, or maybe a link to the document so that we can, to the contract, so that we can see it. Mr. Merrick is correct. These are all between $100,000 and $300,000, but if you add them up, it's several $1 million or so. It's not small change.
And for future reference to our newer board members, when these things come up, the agenda review would be the perfect time if you have questions or concerns regarding any of them, to absolutely ask every single one of those questions, generally speaking. Ms. Barnhart?
Madam Chair, I was just curious, in hearing the discussion of my colleagues, if moving forward, if we wanted to either have a consistent report or perhaps if we wanted to vote on grants that were under a certain threshold. I just engaged in the conversation, don't know if that's where the concern is for this. The chairwoman just spoke to speaking at it during agenda review, but I didn't know if there was concern about the amounts of being approved without board approval, if we wanted to revisit that. But I'd like to pose that to my colleagues now since we're on the topic.
Dr. Merrick?
Yeah, I'm just looking at this as this is our fiduciary responsibility to be watching over our expenditures. Right. And I look at this list and go, boy, I'm kind of stupid. I don't know what any of this is. And I'm not in any way saying that any of these expenditures are wrong, but that as board members, we have a responsibility to know where the money's going. That's really all I'm saying.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I was just pointing out that Ms. Justice had her hand up.
Oh,
well,
Ms.
yes.
Justice.
Ms. Barnhart here just brought up a point. So this would be a change in policy as far as when we did change the approval limit. Not that we want to, I'm just saying that this is what you're referring to, is possibly we need to look at that if we have the concern on the board. Is this what you were clarifying?
Go ahead, Ms. Bernhardt. You can answer that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, just hearing from the colleagues, it sounded like there was concern with that, so I said perhaps that's where the justification was coming from, a different amount. Am I correct in understanding these are all of the amounts for the entire year? This is not just this month, right? Okay, I thought I knew the answer, I just wanted to say it out loud. But these are all of the different vendors who have been approved in the last year, so I'm grateful to, since July, okay. That's good to know too. Since July, I'm grateful that we get a list, but I would be interested as a single board member to potentially have policy take that up to revisit the threshold amount so we can be more knowledgeable in that.
Ms. Bradford.
I would just like to reiterate what the chair, thank you, Madam Chair, what you had just said. We have these for a couple of weeks. We can click on that link. We can look at them. If we have a question about something, we can email either Dr. Barnes or the department head. We can get all these questions out of the way before we come to this meeting. So if you remember, I went through every one of them on the agenda review, and you didn't have any questions. So that's where we do this part of this. That's what we have agenda review for. And you're allowed to ask all the questions you want. The board wants you, the staff wants you to have all the information you can possibly need. And then if there's something on there you want to pull off, then we let the board and the staff know so they're prepared when they come to this meeting for us just to do it as a consensus. And it's just a housekeeping thing. You guys are brand new except for Ms. Justice. She already knew this. And even though the agenda review is new. But this isn't the place for it. It was last week.
Mr. Perry?
I had one other just small thing, and it's not really related to the previous discussion. In assembly, it says this report's to provide the board with a report on all contracts and purchase orders exceeding $100,000 but less than $300,000 approved by the superintendent or designee from July through December. I am looking at just one of these contracts, which we voted on in December, which is the one, which is NC Sound for $127,000 and some change. That was actually a one that we approved. We had to approve because there was no competitive bidding process. And so my question is, should that be on this report?
Your mic is off. Yes, we have reached our time on this item. So I am going to ask if we need an extension of time. We do have a lot to cover for the rest of the meeting, as well as one other discussion under consensus. So I would at this point entertain either a motion to continue discussion or a motion to approve.
I move to adopt D and G as presented.
I'll second.
All right. Ms. Justice?
Okay, this is discussion. I was hearing what you were saying. It was just a simple explanation. We are new to this process in ways. We didn't have the agenda review before, even though I wanted it. So if we just could move this, at least to answer his question, because I was interested in finding out what the answer was, instead of cutting it off right in the middle of the question.
Well, we do have a motion on the table to approve D and G. Is there any further discussion on that? Hearing none. All those in favor of approving D and G signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, that passes 5-2. Dr. Barnes?
Also, it pleases the board, I know that Friday we're having a budget work session. I can ask Ashley to put together a real brief explanation of how these policies get approved and when, and why that is the way it is. Because I know that as a board, you don't want to slow down the work of getting the things done. But if we can help you with sort of a rundown, Ashley, if you can pull that together by Friday, I can give it to you guys then, if that works.
All right. Continuing on to policy, I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Wildebohr.
All right, well, I make a motion that we approve all the items under policy consensus.
Second?
Madam Chair, discussion. Ms. Bradford?
I'd like to pull one off of the consensus, policy 4351.
4351? 4351.
Okay.
Any others? Okay, so motion was made to approve policy consensus without 4351. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes 7-0. Going back to 4351, Ms. Bradford?
Not responding to audience comments because I was prepared for this, but I found it ironic and pleasantly that Twink Bar pointed out that we don't read as well as we could, but policy 4351 says no student under the age of 8 or under grade 3 will be suspended out of school except in response to instances involving violations of policy 4325. 4 reasons. There are only 4 reasons we can suspend children of this age out of school. 4 reasons. Do you know what they are? They are drugs and alcohol. They are assaults and threats. They are weapons, bombs, bomb threats, terrorist threats, clear threats to safety. Did I miss one? Those are grave offenses. And that's the only reason we can suspend a little person out of school. So to say that we need love and understanding and all of these other points, but when a child has a weapon or a bomb threat or a terrorist threat, we need to allow our principals and our superintendent to do their job. And I'm not done. If you look at the law on this, which is General Statute 115C, specifically 288, there's powers and duties of the principal. A, to grade and classify pupils, come all the way down to E, to discipline students and assign duties to teachers with regard to the discipline, general well-being, and medical care of students. I would say to you that if we have a child who brings a bomb to school or makes a bomb threat or has assaulted or threatened another person or has a gun or drugs and alcohol, then you need to consider that it is in the best interest of the 99 students in the classroom that the one be removed without having to jump through a bunch of hoops. I hear constantly, and I heard in the in the climate survey, that we as a board don't listen to our teachers and our principals enough. And on this one, I'm going with the principals and the superintendent. I'm not interested in changing it to anything else. It's the one part that nobody bothers to read. They read everything else and say before, after, during, whatever. But if you've got a bomb in the school, I don't want to take the time to call the parent while I'm dealing with the child. And I'm sorry if that's offensive, but we have to look after the well-being of our students and our teachers and the rest of the entire school environment. And if your child is threatening something like this or has a weapon or has assaulted or threatened a teacher or a student, no, I'm not going to vote in favor of any more changes to this policy. And I've heard it, been on the board 2 years and 2 months, and this is the 3rd time it's come before us.
Thank you. Dr. Merrick?
With respect to my colleagues' concerns about 4351, we have other policies already on the books to deal with a child who has a weapon and whether or not they can be held or whether they can be, bound so that a weapon can be removed. We have policies to protect children and staff that have nothing to do with 4351. Now, 4351 also says a child will not be sent home before the end of the day. So if that's the case, what are we doing with that child? We don't think they're not safe to be with other children, so I'm guessing they're in the principal's office. They are somewhere. So in other words, we have time to talk to the parents. Those children are somewhere being kept so that they are not a danger to themselves or others. And so we have all the time in the world till the end of the day to contact those parents or to try. And if we have to send them home because we haven't yet, I mean, we're not going to send them home. A five-year-old, you're going to kick him out of school, go home, little boy? No, we can't do that. So if you cannot contact the parents by the end of the day, you send them home. You're still going to have to call the parents and say, don't send them to school tomorrow. You're going to have a conversation with those parents or guardians. Why in the world wouldn't you have that conversation first? That's all I got to say.
Ms. Justice, Ms. Barnhart, and Mr. Perry.
All right, having been a principal in these situations, I can tell you right now, a lot of it's left, even though this sounds really definite, bomb threats, terrorisms, assaults, a lot of this is interpretation of what goes on in the classroom. It's not that cut and dry. So part of that is so the principal will have to make a decision about what his final outcome will be. You've been there too. And I'm, and we're not even there yet in this discussion, because I'm going to definitely promote, you should be contacting the parents first, because for all you know, that child's brother had been shot the night before when they came in all freaked out. So I'm not saying that's going to happen, but there's a lot of factors that you need to put into effect if you're the principal with that responsibility in making these decisions. And that's all we're trying to do is actually ask to help the principal. It isn't all cut and dry. It isn't all black and white when you talk about 5, 6, 7-year-olds and these kinds of this is what you're supposed to do according to what they do, because what they do is still left up to interpretation.
Ms. Barnhart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to discuss a little bit, because this had come over conversation when I was on policy, and the conversation became about before a decision is made. Mm-hmm. So there was some conversations that I've had with some individuals from Love Our Children about the conversation and parents being brought into the conversation and what's actually happening. So we had discussions about discipline matrix and how that comes into play, how we get our staff feedback, and there's a scaled of if these kind of instances happened, this is the recourse. If this happens, this is the recourse. And there's natural mechanisms built in that address behavior in a scaffolded way of support in hopes that the student's behavior changes to be in a positive direction. That is something we approve constantly. My concern with adding the word before lies in regards to consistent expectation. And in our school district, we should have consistent expectation. We saw overwhelmingly with the staff survey that discipline was one of the biggest concerns for our staff, and not feeling like they're supported in discipline. And I have pointed out and I have criticized, we should not look at the end result and say our staff is doing something wrong, but rather we should say, we trust our staff to follow policy, which is a scaled intervention, intentional consequences when there are specific levels of, rightfully so, disciplinary responses that the school district has, but it's everybody came together to create what that looks like so that we can have consistent expectations. And I hear what my colleague is saying too. I absolutely agree that we have children who are experiencing things that unfortunately I don't believe that children should experience in many instances. But there's still an expectation when they're at school. And so I do hear and understand, but I disagree with my colleague to the left, though, to say you can absolutely call before a child is sent home and have a conversation with a parent, but it can be after the decision is made, because when we start bringing parents into the process of saying, can you help decide what the consequences lie? And I'm not trying to laugh, but when we say, I know my parenting style is different from my friends' parenting styles, and I can only imagine the stories that principals would get to say, well, let me tell you what I think the consequence should be for my child, from the easy extreme to the hard extreme in both directions. And I don't want to see that. I want to have consistent expectations and to be able to support our staff. And I believe that this policy does that. It has a scaled response. It has contact with the parent is absolutely written in here. And so I support this policy.
Mr. Perry?
being on the policy committee, and we had this discussion about this, and I thought, and I was the one who proposed this language, where attempt to contact, and as soon as possible, which I think differs from the current thing, where it's the end of the day. We're imagining that this needs to happen quickly. I mean, you might need to make a suspension determination right away, but pretty soon after, within minutes maybe, you need to be notifying the parent or attempting to notify the parent. I think all three of us, Ms. Justice and Mr. Wildeboer, and I think Dr. Barnes kind of agreed on the language that we chose. This is why it's a consensus item from policy. We believe this language is the best of all worlds. Would I like some general, just from my own personal thing, would I like to maybe change some of the language about a suspension determination? Can't we just call it a pre-judgment? And then, because right now what we do is there's a suspension determination made, and then the parent gets the right to appeal. But now we're talking semantics, though, really, because they get to appeal if they want to. I mean, could we say they make a pre-determination and then there's a real determination after there's a hearing? I don't know. But that's a bigger discussion. I think for right now, right here, right now, I think this is the best language that equals out all of the interests that we have and wanting to be able to reach out to parents as soon as possible during these situations.
Mr. Wildeboer?
No, I've been biting on the lip here long enough. So, yeah, I agree with Mr. Perry. He and I were part of that group as well as Ms. Justice. And I will say that I have met with the Love Our Children group repeatedly. And I will say this. I want to keep all our children in school at all times. That's where they learn. That's definitely it. But I've also sat in the principal's chair and had to make those tough decisions when you have a child in front of you that's bleeding because another child has hurt them. When Mr. McManus and I met with the Love Our Children's group, we actually have the wording in our policy that I proposed, and then they came in with the caveats that are in this policy. I'll be honest. I said when I was a principal, when I was a assistant principal, you'd love to have a dime for every parent that came in and said, well, I want to know what you did with the other kid. You can't do that. We can't do that before. You can't have a situation, I don't think, where you have, you can definitely talk to that parent, let the parent know what's going on. But a lot of times a parent will advocate for their child, which they should do. Absolutely, 100%. My child would never do that. Well, I have a child here. Well, can I question that child? No, you can't question that child. I think there's a lot of areas we would get into if we said we have to do that before the determination was made. So I think we need to trust our principals. I think we need to trust our assistant principals. And I think the language that we have right here is the best language that we can come up with. And I think it is sound. I think it's definitely within general statutes. In fact, it's probably a little bit more lenient than general statutes are in certain areas. So I think it is, in my professional opinion. And I think Mr. McManus, I've chatted with him in the past about the same policy, and he also, as a principal, said that this needs to be as it is.
So we are coming up on just about time. I wanted to kind of make a brief comment. I know that we've been discussing this policy for a long time, and in that discussion, we did pull in principals. We did talk to them about what was happening, and more often than not, and actually every principal that I spoke to, they are contacting parents throughout the process. They are already in contact with parents. They are already aware of and communicating with the parents that they can access. We also need to remember that there are parents that we can't access sometimes. They may not have cell phones, or their numbers may have changed, or they may have moved. And so to tie the hands of our principals to that is concerning. So at this point, I will entertain either a motion to continue discussion or a motion to approve.
Motion to continue.
Second.
Oh,
What's the
gracious. That was at the same time.
Point of order, what's the motion?
Mr. Wildebohr.
I make a motion, we call the question.
Second.
We already had a question here about an
Point of order, he's out of order.
Okay.
Point of order. We have a motion to continue. We have a motion to call. They happened at the same time.
They were simultaneous.
Madam Chair, you'll have to decide.
Right, I am going to go with the motion to approve. And there was a second with that.
If not, I second.
Because we are at time, Ms. Bowie, could you please call the roll?
Mr. Perry?
Aye.
Ms. Justice?
No.
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Aye.
Dr. Merrick?
No.
And Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
All right, that passes 5-2.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to extend discussion for 5 minutes so we can get through the policies for first reading.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes. And you asked for 5
Madam
minutes?
Chair?
Ms. Bradford.
Regarding the policy that we've just left, board members have said that we've discussed this. We've discussed it through 2 generations now. Really, it's the 3rd time that I remember it coming forward. We've done a lot of due diligence on it. And so I move right now that this policy, 4351, not come before this board again for a minimum period of 12 months.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay. Discussion? Ms. Justice.
I'm not even sure we have that authority. That's a new one on me. There's nothing in policy about that. You got your attorneys there.
Have you ever heard of something?
The attorneys. Either of the attorneys.
I'm stumped, but just as an aside, I'm trying to think if someone who voted in favor could always vote to reconsider. Yeah. You could, I mean, there are ways you can work around if there's a need to revisit an issue. I don't know that there's a way that you can completely foreclose it for a 12-month period. I just,
I'll withdraw my second.
that would be an airtight, I mean,
I would agree with that. If the board votes today to not discuss this or pick it up for 12 months, but then next month we decide in a unanimous vote to pick it up, I think it would be back on the table. Not sure what to say about the initial motion then.
Okay, so there is no longer a second? Or is there?
I gotta look over.
Okay, that motion fails. Moving to proposed policy 6129, Mr. Wildebohr.
Me again, okay, good. I had such a great time last time.
Which one is it?
This is just a policy for first reading. It is about the anti-choking devices. I think it does answer all the questions that we had about them. I would entertain any questions that we could, we did cross through such trained personnel because we do want it to be, anyone that can use it. There is a very simple training module that you would do, just so you know what you're doing with it. I think that, again, I'm going to just keep trying to tell or recommending that folks, across the board, very much like the bloodborne pathogens training that we used to have. I think we still have. They still have. I don't have anymore. But they still do. I mean, just a overarching training. And again, I think this is good because it also, it was brought up that there are several, I think Mr. Perry brought up that there are, the Red Cross now approves this as part of its training regimen. Our local the Heart Association, am I correct, Mr. Perry? I think I'm right.
I can't recall that one.
Okay. I believe that's what you had told me, was that the Heart
Yes.
Association does not, and that's what our nurses are under. But, is that correct? All right, thank you. Yeah, I should ask. I forgot what you do. I'm apologizing. I apologize for that. Yeah. But, I mean, and as I said before, and I'm going to say it again, if if these devices save one child over the years, well worth it. If they save a lot of children, even better, or adults, or as we've had a person come up and talk about, maybe a heavy set child or something, or a child in a wheelchair. There's just so many things that it could help in addition to the back blows and the Heimlich maneuver and stuff. So it's not saying one or the other. This is an addition to.
And Dr. Merrick, did you want to?
Yeah.
We only have 1 minute, so.
Right, no, I make a motion that we send it back to policy so we can go through the second reading and do whatever we got to do.
Have to. We don't have to make any motions.
This is first reading.
This is the first reading, but yeah.
It just
we
goes
can
straight
approve
back.
it as is?
Yes.
We don't, no,
We don't approve.
we have it at the end of the month. We do it, next month we'll
Just
do it.
automatic.
It's automatic.
Automatically
It's
goes back.
automatic.
I withdraw my motion.
Dr. Barnes.
As attorneys, as you know, my only concern was is that this identify and protect the staff members as well. Do you feel like this policy does both of those things? Allows us the utilization with kids and protects our staff?
I think so. I think it would cover both sides of the concerns that we have.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, so, and again, it's only first reading, so we don't have to do anything with it. We just did what we have to do with it, I guess.
Perfect. Thank you.
There we go.
All right. Update on New Hanover High School renovations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Lawrence to give a 5-minute update on the work at New Hanover High School.
Why do I only get 5? I have a lot of good things to talk about. Thank you for this opportunity, and I will try to keep it brief. Eddie has a cane under the chair, and Jess is going to pull me aside if I don't. I'll be escorted out, even better. So currently, the work that's underway is what we refer to as Phase 2A. It was a change order that was approved by the board in December, and that, if you recall, is for the removal and replacement of the eastern and western flanking walls. Those walls were beyond repair, so we were obligated to replace them. If you visit the site, you will see the vast majority of those wall structures removed, and then in the next couple of weeks, you'll see the new wall construction occurring. I'm happy to report that that work is on schedule for Phase 2A and slightly under budget, so that's good news. On the heels of that, we will begin repairs of the south elevation wall. That's the wall running parallel with Market Street that faces Market. That is a part of what we will refer to as Phase 2B of the construction, and Phase 2B will include all work that is necessary between now and August for us to complete all of the repairs, interior improvements that will allow us to reoccupy those classrooms for the start of the school year. And I will be bringing to you a change order for approval for that Phase 2B in an upcoming board meeting, but I would like to note that the Phase 2B work is a part of the funding and is already included in the funding that we've already received from the county commissioners. I would like to touch on for a moment the security vestibule project, because I don't think we've talked about it yet. If you'll recall, last spring, we brought to you for approval a contract for construction of a new security vestibule. That work began this past summer in 2024. As we encountered the structural issues, we had to hit the pause button on that security vestibule project. We have a contractor, a separate contractor who's under contract to perform that work. That contractor and our construction manager, who's overseeing all of the repair work, they have been collaborating, and what the agreement that we've reached is the contractor for the security vestibule project in May of this year will recommence that construction and will work through the summer so that for the start of school, we will not only have repairs to the classrooms and all the structural repairs will be completed, but the security vestibule project will also be completed. And that's an incredible facelift for the interior of that space. There'll be new organization for the office and the guidance area. It's going to be fantastic, and it's going to be the icing on the cake as we reopen this portion of the campus. In addition to the ongoing repair work. We are also in parallel are in the process of conducting the facility assessment and the master planning for Hanover as funded by the county commissioners. So for the past few weeks, the design team, the architects and engineers have been scouring the campus. They've been through all of the buildings, conducting very in-depth analyses of all the buildings. We've also conducted a number of meetings with various district departments, maintenance, technology, child nutrition, safety, transportation, athletics. So we've been holding meetings at the school. At all of these meetings, Mr. Sutton and Mr. Haney are an integral part of that. They invite to those meetings any members of their staff that are important in that process. For example, when we met with maintenance, they invited the head custodian. He participated in the meeting, and he was an incredible resource as we discussed the day-to-day operations of the campus. We are also scheduling meetings. I'm working right now to schedule meetings with instruction and curriculum and CTE to talk about the vision for the programs of the campus as we look toward the future. One of the things I wanted to touch on that's very important is later this month, we've targeted February the 27th as a date when we will be holding a community engagement event. Detailed information regarding the times for this will be published within the next week or so. This will be held at the Princess Street Gym. We're targeting late afternoon to early evening, a window of time when we will invite parents, community members, alumni, you as the board, members of the county commissioner. The county commissioners will also be invited to come and participate in giving us information and input on the future of Hanover. That same day, we will hold student engagement sessions during the day, and then immediately after dismissal, we will have a staff engagement event. So that will be a very comprehensive day where we look forward to getting input from the community, from the students, from the staff. I'm currently working with Mr. Sutton on the structure and timing of the student and staff portion. But if you'll pencil in the 27th as a date to participate in that community engagement, we'd very much appreciate it. And we will have detailed information that will be published in the very near future. So that concludes my update. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Ms. Bradford?
I just wanted to say thank you. Nancy, driving by right now with all that scaffolding up, it's just so encouraging that something's happening, before a giant amount of dirt and so on. It was a little discouraging, but it's really, you can feel the change, and it's good for all of the hard work.
I'm very, very pleased to be a part of this process.
Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also just want to echo thanks to you. I'm going to say it out loud because you found us money that we could save from the last phase, so hoping that happens, but just really highlighting not only are we going to be able to have the repairs done, but the vestibule done before the start of next year. That is so phenomenal. I mean, the start of this year was hectic, and that's a nice word to say it for New Hanover students. And so just really grateful for the team. Keep working hard, save us some money. Thank you to the county commissioners for being diligent in this process because it's needed and we are being responsive to the needs. And thank you for keeping on track with them.
Any other questions? Mr. Wildebohr?
Not a question, but again, just to reiterate, I do thank you for your hard work. When I went over the other day and you gave me a great tour of everything and how everything's going, thank you so much. You're on top of everything. You're leading the way. Thank you for doing it.
My pleasure.
Dr. Merrick?
Amazing. When it comes to construction, you rarely hear that we came in under budget. That's just so thank you. Hopefully it continues. Do you have an estimate for when the facilities assessment will be complete?
We will have, the goal is by the end of April, we will have a completed assessment that will include the master planning imagery as well as a cost estimate. And between now and then, we will be having a series of meetings with senior staff and the staff at Hanover to receive additional input. We're going to keep plugging in maintenance, technology, transportation, child nutrition, safety, all of the teams that are a part of the operation of the campus. We're going to continue to engage them as we go through this master planning process. But the end of April is when we will tie a bow around all that information.
I sure hope we'll be able to get very soon to like the locker rooms, the shower rooms that are so bad that they're not even used. They're now storage rooms. And our athletes and our gym students don't take showers at New Hanover High School. We need to, I can't wait for us to be able to say we did that.
As well. And that was one of the topics of conversation when we met with Dr. Morgan and focused on the athletics. So there's a lot of room and a lot of love that we can give to this campus.
Any other questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Continuing on to new business, student cell phone use ad hoc committee. Ms. Justice.
And I'd like to apologize. Every time I'm having an allergy over here, which makes it a little hard for me to talk. So if I start coughing or anything like this. The purpose of this is that, for example, it's a fact that we've known this the last couple of months. Kids' reading, math skills are worsening. New test scores revealed. People are asking, is it COVID? They go back in time and they say no. These test scores started to fall a couple years before COVID even hit. And looking generally at the research, it ties in very strongly with cell phone use in the schools. I can go into a lot more detail for that, but I'll just use the teachers' words. The teachers are making it harder and harder for teachers to try to teach. The kids are also being damaged, and this is a fact too, there have been tons of studies that have been damaged socially, emotionally, because of the use of cell phones and social media in the schools during the day. It's an addiction, and it's a concern, and I actually live with teenagers, and it concerns them. They speak about it. They know that it's hurting them. They have trouble talking face to face with each other, let alone not listening in class when teachers are trying to teach. So a couple years ago, a couple years back, we were talking about, and I was on the board previously, about setting up a committee discussing it. That never came to fruition, but now with things getting worse, I think it is time for us to put a committee together, and let me read what the proposal is. It's just one page, don't have to go into huge, great detail. This is a proposal to create an ad hoc committee to revise New Hanover County Schools Policy number 4318, use of wireless communication devices in our schools. The goal is to limit the impact of cell phones and other wireless communication devices due to disruptions in the learning environment, and also limit their contributions to our students' worsening mental health. The objective is to improve concentration in learning, to improve mental and physical health, and reduce pressures caused by social media on our children. All right, the committee, and this, as I said, this is not really huge detail, it's pretty straightforward. The committee composition and operation. Voting members will be all committee members. I've worked on committees before. I know a lot of times here with the school board, they say, well, it should just be the board members. I think in this situation where we're going to decide on a policy, everybody should have a stake in it and have a final say. The members will consist of those that are most impacted by the use of wireless communication devices in their schools. The committee will be limited to 12 members. Anything over that is going to have trouble getting work done. The 2 school board members will act as chair and vice chair. I was asking for 2 school board members. And the 2 school board members, and then we need a recording secretary that would be provided by the superintendent's office. The following people would serve as members. 2 school board members, I mentioned that already. 2 classroom teachers from the secondary level. 2 parents of students. 2 students from the secondary level. 1 school administrator involved in school discipline at the secondary level. 1 school guidance counselor from the secondary level. 1 school resource officer from the secondary level, and 1 school social worker. The committee will meet, this is my goal, and I hope our goal, the committee will meet 5 times, location and time to be determined between now and the July policy committee meeting. They will then present their findings to the policy committee for further discussion and approval. The revised policy number 4318 will then be moved out of policy through the usual methods to the full board and hopefully approval. Earlier today, Mr. Perry, mentioned that shouldn't we be doing this committee through policy? I think it's too big of a challenge what's going on in our district, and the meetings will be very detailed. Several years ago, we went through a committee that actually decided on our current dress code, which actually is a very good policy. I could say something about enforcement, but the policy itself is very good. And it was structured around this kind of setup. Mainly that the policies, people, the policy holders, is what's at stake, are the ones that come up with the decisions. And they ended up doing a lot of research. So that's why I'm bringing this to you now. It worked very well then. Were you on the board? Okay, it didn't work out well. It really did. So I'd like to do this with our cell phone device, our wireless device.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Well, Ms. Justice, excuse me, I'm not supposed to say it that way. Fellow board member over there, I couldn't agree with her more. I mean, I think it's very sound. I mean, I think we do, we've had this problem with cell phones for this board, last board. I do want to remind the board we currently have a committee, one of the safety committees that actually has a cell phone / discipline, so that may be another area we already have. We kind of already have that covered. Actually, and I do want to remind and let the board members know that they may not have been at the town halls, both the last summer town hall and the more recent one, I believe it was in October. That was one of the 3 topics that were talked about were cell phones. It's supposed to be cell phone / discipline. I was actually at that table, and it was cell phones, and the time was ended every time because it is such a big concern for folks that, and I'll be honest, as we heard from the parents and from the administrators, more from the parents, as I remember. I don't have my notes in front of me. I was checking to see if I had them. But, from the parents, they were very split. Some parents were adamant, you will not take my child's cell phone. You will not ever take my child's cell phone. I want to be able to contact my child at any time. On the other side of the equation, we had a lot of parents that said, just as Ms. Justice did, it's a distraction, it goes off, then you have conflict between the teacher and the student, so there's a lot of concern there. I don't think there was any teachers that said, hey, I really think, there was a time, I'll be honest, as a principal, there was a time we needed that technology in the classroom. We don't need that technology in the classroom anymore. So whether the board wants to continue with the current way we have it with the committee, the safety committee, discipline / cell phone, or if we want to do a separate ad hoc committee, that's up to the board. But I just, wanted to remind everybody we do already have that, as part of another committee.
All right, Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I love this idea, and I know we're coming close to time on this. I'm in favor of having a tiered system of expectation, and definitely getting the input from our staff and our students is important. I'm going to take this a step further. I've said this before to Ms. Brinson over there, of making sure we have a tiered expectation just with technology in general, because for a K2-year-old, that expectation should look very different from a senior in high school. And so I think that this would be something absolutely worthwhile to explore. I agree with my sentiment from my fellow board member to my left, saying that we do have a safety committee that specifically deals with cell phones. So I'm not anti this idea, but I think to continue this discussion, it might be a good idea to bring this back under old business next month too, to hammer out some more details and have some more conversation. But I would take it a little step further to not just cell phone devices, but just technology use, and talk about the best practices for our children, because I think that's important as we go through this process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Dr. Merrick?
So I appreciate my colleague here who says we already do have a committee, but I was piqued by your concern about how the committee was structured. And I really like the idea of bringing in a lot of staff and SROs and all the stakeholders that really matter. So my question would be whether or not the structure of the safety committee, the cell phone / discipline, would work in terms of structure to bring in all the people that I agree we need on that committee.
That was a question
It was a
for
question
Ms.
for
Justice.
For Ms. Justice.
I'm going to allow her to answer, and then I'll have you go, Ms. Bradford.
Well, the reason that I think this would be a standalone committee is because the issue is so huge, and it's not just safety and discipline. It's a lot more than just that. I was talking about students' mental health, students' learning environment, being able to learn. We could use the information that they have already masked. We could move it into the committee, and that could be part of the information that we're going to use to make our final determination. In fact, that's great that they've done all that work. That's going to save us some work in the final outcome. That's what my take would be on what you're talking about. Sorry about the allergies.
We are at time, so I'm going to make a motion to extend the conversation for 5 minutes. Okay. We had a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes. Ms. Bradford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to say I am 100% in agreement with the goals. I am in 100% with the objectives. Absolutely 100% in agreement. However, I listened to what my colleague to the right said in terms of a possibility putting it up under safety. And again, when we create a new committee, there's a lot of steps involved that keep you from getting right to work. If you stick it under one committee we already have, you're at it right then. However, let me put out another option. The past 2 years, we have held a board retreat during the first 60 to 90 days of every first part of the year. And we haven't done that yet. And so I would move you to consider that we get a board retreat scheduled, put it on the calendar, and then put cell phones on that agenda to have this broader discussion about this committee then, in addition to a couple of other things that we really need to talk about at length. And I can make that in the form of a motion if anyone would like to second it.
Okay, there was a motion. Is there a second? Okay. I want to make sure that everybody that hasn't spoken has an opportunity to speak, and Mr. Perry has not yet had an opportunity to speak, so I'm going to allow him to speak.
I'm just wondering, since reading the proposal, which I am for all the goals too, this needs to be worked out, and and I think maybe some kind of dedicated committee is in order. But since it says right in it that it reports to the policy committee, I was wondering if we could adopt it as an ad hoc subcommittee of the policy committee, since it's going to report there anyway.
Okay. So, Ms. Justice?
I want to clarify. We need to do this as soon as possible. The reason I put the July date was because of the upcoming school year. We can't keep pushing it away. As far as discussing it in retreat, that'll take more time. If I hadn't have gone through, and I'm going to use this as an example, if I hadn't gone through the dress code policy situation with the committee, I wouldn't feel confident that we can't do this. And I'll tell you why, because it took a lot of work on our part. It took the school board members' part, and I ended up carrying most of the work. And I think I worked with some of the office people in the office too, but it worked. But whoever's on that committee has to know it is going to be working. You have to keep focusing on that. You can't let it slide. You have to find people that have to apply. You have to just constantly follow it up. But it will work. And I want to get this stuff, I want to get this done. I don't want to keep it, just waiting and waiting and waiting, because we've got a big problem. Our kids have got our teachers are challenged.
Dr. Merrick, we only have about 2 minutes.
I understand that we're actually discussing the motion on the floor to do it during a retreat. Is that what I'm hearing?
At this point, yes.
Okay, thank you. I like the idea. However, a board retreat does not bring on the stakeholders that we need and the experts that we need. And so I'm going to go back to what I asked before. The structure that Ms. Justice has suggested brings in the stakeholders and the experts that we need. And so a board retreat wouldn't accomplish that, although I think we could discuss it at a board retreat 100%.
Okay, Ms. Bradford, we have 1 minute.
And let me clarify. My suggestion to take it to the board retreat was to have this same discussion in depth about how the committee is formed and follow the steps that Ms. Justice has outlined. I'm not saying just to discuss it at the board retreat and then just be done with it. It's a much bigger issue than that. And I would remind the chair that I could swear we sat in with principals and they gave us their advice last year or the year before. But the other thing I want to point out, and I'm going to point it out here and again in a minute, is we have one focus right now between now and April 15th, and I'm not going to come off this bar. We have to approve a budget that is going to be acceptable to all of the people, all of the families, all of the county commissioners. We have that between now and April, and I don't want to really clog us up with a whole lot of other stuff until that task is off our plate. So just remind you.
Okay, and so we have a motion on the table to have a board retreat to discuss this ad hoc. Did you have anything you wanted to add, Dr. Barnes?
If I can, if we can also appoint someone from, or if I can be allowed to appoint someone from cabinet to provide support for that as well, to make sure, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion on the table is to hold a board retreat to discuss the cell phone ad hoc committee. Ms. Bowie, will you call the roll?
Point of clarification, to discuss that and other things.
That and other things.
Have a time?
We just have to plan it.
We would have to send that out. We'll have to. Ms. Bowie?
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Dr. Merrick?
No?
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Ms. Justice? And Mr. Perry?
Yes.
And that passes 5-2. All right, so we will send out some possible dates. Ms. Bernhardt, can you grab me the top to my marker? Continuing to the next ad hoc committee, New Hanover County Schools Employee Performance Bonus Plan Committee. Mr. Perry.
Yes, good evening. I think we are all appreciative of our employees and the outstanding work that they do. They are the lifeblood of our school system. What makes it work. And we need to value them, not just with our appreciation and our honors, but with our dollar signs. And I believe that, especially when it comes, I think our county does an excellent job compared to other counties as far as supplementing their wages and salaries. However, compared to a lot of other counties, is it ever enough? Probably not. But I'd like to also reward all of our employees with the opportunity for a merit-based, performance-based bonus in the future at some point. So if they go above and beyond expectations, that they're rewarded for that. Now, this is a huge job. I think most of the people that I've talked to like this idea. But this is not something we can snap our fingers and get done in a couple of sessions at the policy committee. It is a huge job in order to determine how to judge that performance fairly across whole different spectrums of employees within our school district. How do you judge performance for a special needs teacher versus a gen ed teacher versus a custodian or a principal or a teacher aide? It all differs. There are some things in here as far as some general, ideas as far as under guiding principles of the plan that I want to go over. This is not a replacement for salary. This is in addition and above and beyond as an extra perk that it's going to give us the ability to recruit, develop, and retain the highest quality employees. This will give us, if we were to implement this plan, this will give us a competitive advantage over all the 114 school districts in North Carolina that won't have this, which means we get to keep our teachers. Now, there's, and like I said, so it's not a replacement, and I do think it has to be, there's going to be budgetary restraints, and we're going to have to work through those, but it has to be something substantial. It can't be a couple $100. Otherwise, it's not going to do the job. And it needs to be every employee. And the biggest thing about fairly measuring performance, this is the bulk of the work that this committee is going to have to do. And yes, should it be focused on student growth, innovation, but it's going to differ a little bit for each different type of employee. And a lot of the work of that's going to take many sessions, is to get input from our employees, get their buy-in. I want them staffing our committee, coming in and giving us their input. I want to be able to take guest employees who like to present to us, not necessarily have a call to audience, but let them schedule with this committee a time to come in and tell us what they think about this. Because without their buy-in, it's not going to work. So I'd like to try to get this going. I think it's going to probably take at least a year's worth of meetings. And I'd like to get an organizational meeting going next month, but just to figure out who we need on that committee, not a full-blown meeting. I want to work with Dr. Barnes to get the right kinds of, representative sample of our employees on that so we can get great advice on how to fairly judge performance. And then we can wait 2 months until after the budget process for us to start working in earnest. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Wildebohr.
First of all, Mr. Perry, I keep saying the same thing, but I think this is an outstanding idea. I mean, I think this is a great idea. Anything we can do to get more money for our teachers, teacher assistants, bus drivers, cafeteria workers, everyone, I think it's a great idea. I would have a couple suggestions. I've really been looking over your proposal. I think it's great, overall well-written. But I would suggest maybe the one thing that we have to have, we could have this great plan that we're going to do all this stuff. If we don't have the money, we can't do it. So I would recommend that we actually put this as a subcommittee under finance. And I would say, and I'm kind of did some looking at our policies and stuff. Finance committee currently has 2 members on it from the board. It says 2 or 3 in our policy, so we could add Mr. Perry as a 3rd person in there, and he could have that, because I'm not going to brag on my colleague to the left. I got to work on this. My colleague to the left, my colleague way over there to the left, but she put together a great, thank you. She put together a great, thank you. All right. Anyway, she put together a great panel, a great committee that has a lot of folks that are from the, that would be very helpful in that whole area. And as you said, Mr. Perry, I think that really getting this thing off and running hard, because what does the finance committee, I can point over that way, finance committee do after the budget is passed and done? Well, there's not a lot for them to do at that time. This would be a great thing for them to running your committee under and working with those folks. You could maybe use some of those folks from the finance committee to help you with that. I've said this to you before. I really, 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 really think we need to have folks with boots on the ground as part of this committee, and not bring them in here and then have them back out or call them when, as your proposal said. That's one thing I don't agree with. I think we need to have, I would say like the teacher of the year, the principal of the year. Those folks need to be part of the permanent solution. I'm going to part of the permanent committee so that we can have, a teacher saying, hey, this is what I think. And so otherwise, if you bring somebody in one meeting and then they're not there next meeting, they got to get up to speed. And I think, teacher of the year, principal of the year, all those people, they were elected by their colleagues as teacher of the year, principal of the year, et cetera, et cetera. So I think those would be great people if we could have them or someone else. But I think it is really important to pursue the funding first, because we really, really, really like to have a great, I think this is absolutely wonderful. But if we don't have the funding, we'd have the best plan in the world with no funding. So again, 100% behind you on this one. I think it's great. But I think, working with the finance committee would be a good thing too.
Dr. Merrick?
Well, my colleague to the right with less hair than me.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Ouch, ouch.
By immediate, anyway.
Said, like you.
He's taken. I echo his sentiments. I think it's a great idea. Anything that we can do to show our teachers and staff that we appreciate them, that they're doing a great job, I'm all for it. It occurs to me that, if you're talking about giving like a $5,000, award or a $3,000 award, I bet your committee could do a lot of work in the public sphere and go out and find corporate sponsorships for your bonuses. And it would be the Coca-Cola award to, for higher learn, whatever, right? So funding is important. I think it can be done. I support you setting up this committee, whether it's in finance. I'm interested to hear what you're saying.
Did you have not, Ms. Bradford has not had a chance to speak, so I'll have her. And then
I had a concern under F of the proposal on our screens and printed about just that. The last sentence, the board may instruct the committee to attempt to secure funding of the plan. Somewhere in my memory, I remember, and so I would ask you, Madam Chair, if you would ask the board attorneys, are we as board members or committees allowed to raise money or go out and secure money My opinion is no, but I'd love to hear it legally and solve that problem right now.
I'm going to pause that really quick because we are at time for this. So I will make a motion to extend time for 5 more minutes.
Second that.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes 7 to 0. Oh, my goodness.
I think we can get an answer on that rather quickly, probably within a day, and pick the law out. I tend to agree with Ms. Bradford's concern right now.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I was.
Oh, Ms. Bradford?
Because I am on the Finance Committee, and this is a novel idea. I would temper what my colleague to the right said, not this one.
Oh, my gracious. All right, all right.
That put it as an ad hoc under, and then let Mr. Perry, you got to put Mr. Perry on that committee, which is fine. Then let him run the ball
Oh, yeah.
under those circumstances, but not engage the group that we currently have for the tasks that we're currently doing. You could pull the staff, you maybe could pull the same teachers and principals and so on, but they were assembled for this task, and it's a different group of people. So I like the idea, and I would support it, and then put Mr. Perry on the committee, and then let him have his ad hoc under them. I would support that. I'm not asking to be on your ad hoc either, but
You'd be good at it, I'm sure, but
it's not the ideal on your ad hoc.
she'd be good too.
I think that structure-wise, that would work, and then we wouldn't have to go through the whole process of getting it approved and the language approved and inserting into the policy thing that talks about committees and all that. He could start with an work
Ad
session.
hocs are like that, yes. Ms. Justice hasn't had a chance, and then Mr. Perry.
Okay, I'm going to speak with a different voice. I've been in education over 30 years and worked in many different settings. My favorite people are educators in this world, except for the kids. And I know that the most effective teachers are always collaborative. This is how we learn. One of the things that's really difficult is the state itself gives bonuses according to performance. And there is so many concerns about how they judge what performance is. We're really asking to do something that is it's almost impossible in ways. And I myself have always been a big cheerleader and proponent of collaboration, as are most educators, because that's where we do the best in our schools. Our biggest challenge is not having enough funding for our educators or be able to hire the resources to support them. It would be great if we had lots of money, but the fact is we don't. In fact, we're really underfunded. So I applaud the idea. I think it's great. This would work wonderful in the business world. But educating kids is not a business. These aren't widgets. And teachers working together are really, they're teams. And competing amongst each other is something they don't do comfortably. And as I said, how you going to measure this and where you're going to get the money is huge. So I applaud Mr. Perry for trying to improve and recognize our hardworking teachers. I think just so many hardworking teachers out there, and not just teachers, other staff members. This is going to be hard.
Ms. Barnhart hasn't had a chance, so I'll let her go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know we're coming up on extended time here. I love the idea and concept. What I have learned is when you are discussing with people of asking for money, they do not want a half-cocked plan. And so the idea behind this of getting the input, getting the buy-in, creating what I would think a rubric of sorts so that we can have some clear expectation and an opportunity for all to earn that is a unique thing that I think would pique the interest in different revenue resources that we as a board, if we have once this plan, this is an idea, and then the plan and the work will happen probably for months and months and months. If I'm being realistic here, understanding, and I know I shouldn't say the BOND word, but if 26 we have a bond on the ballot, we're going to be asking for a lot of money. just being very direct here. And so I don't know if 26 is, the idea to take a pilot and implement something like this, but potentially looking at the year after. But if we have a plan, a thoughtful plan of support, of in-depth discussions and opinions, I agree with that. And I agree with my colleagues of, and I'll make a motion if I need to do this, make a motion to create this under an ad hoc committee under finance so that this can be explored.
Explored.
All right, do I hear a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay. We are at time for this. We also have, I just calculated, approximately 40 minutes more of discussion items as well as a closed session. I know.
3 more minutes.
So
Madam Chair?
we need to be cognizant of that time. Mr. Wildebohr.
Just real quickly, I'm wondering if we don't want to just delay this discussion and maybe have it at the board retreat so we have more time to do that, so that we don't, we could jump on it right now, take a vote and do that, or we could discuss it more in depth at that time because we are running out of time.
Ms. Barnhart, did you want to amend?
I will amend my motion to say to postpone this discussion until the board retreats so we can give it more thought.
I'll second.
Okay. We're out of time. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That passes 7-0. Continuing on, the timing of call to audience. This was brought to my attention, to the superintendent's attention, and just wanted to kind of bring the discussion forward to the board about the possibility of adjusting the timing of call to audience. So I will open the floor for anybody who has any.
I'll go ahead and jump in if I could.
Mr. Wildebohr.
Well, I'll be honest, I was one of those that was definitely 100% against moving it, changing it, doing anything like that. You think about it, when Ms. Justice and I were on it before, we actually at one point split it, and then, had the important, or the things relevant to that meeting at the beginning. Actually, at the time, we did the closed session at that point, so people would come in, they wouldn't know exactly when they should be there, and then, we had some folks that kind of stretched their topic so that it could maybe be at, 5:30 or 6 o'clock, instead of, a lot of times, Ms. Justice, person to my right over there, but she would agree, I'm sure, that a lot of times it was 11:30 at night that we were trying to figure out, and people, weren't saying, because it really didn't make any sense to try to say at 11:30 to be heard. So that made no sense. We have really improved that whole thing. We will probably be done tonight unless we add a lot more time by 9 o'clock. So I went out and talked to some folks, talked to some teachers. I also talked to some parents. I've not talked to extensive numbers, but I have talked to a legitimate number of folks and got their opinions. Right now we have our call to audience somewhere between 5 and 6 o'clock. They say to me very quickly and very honestly, well, number one, we can't get there because of the rush hour. But that's not the most important thing. We can't come because I have to have my child's dinner. They need to be fed. They need to be put to sleep. So we can't come. We want to be there. We can't speak because of the timing. Our current format for our meetings would make it very clear, that the call to audience would be from 8 to 9 o'clock. We could try it. My suggestion would be, and totally, like I said, I'm still not 100% on one side or the other, but I think, we try it for 3 months. If after 3 months we say, nope, nobody's coming, it's horrible, it's the worst thing in the world, then we go back to what we're doing. If we, on the other hand, try it for 3 months and we do see some of the parents from the students that are actually coming here, some of the teachers that, I put my children to bed, but now I'm able to come, afterwards. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not 100% sure. I don't know if that would fix the problem. And I don't know that there is a problem. Please understand that. We do, as somebody mentioned today, we do, give more time than either Brunswick or Pender County. I know we had somebody that mentioned that before. I don't think splitting it is ever a good idea, because then all that does is have people have to stretch the whatever they say. But I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to trying an 8 to 9 for 2 months, 3 months, or whatever else. We would know that it was that solid time. So, and nobody would be asked to be out here 11:30 at night to do it. So that's my thoughts.
Dr. Merrick?
I have really strong feelings, and I hope that I will actually be able to sway you, since you're on the table right there.
After that comment you said before, I don't know.
All 6 candidates for the board this time around ran on accountability and transparency. We publish an agenda 48 hours before this meeting. And so our public stakeholders only have 48 hours, and then they get to come here and talk about and give us their opinions and give us their concerns about the things that we're going to vote on. If we put them at the end of the meeting, then we've already voted. What we've told our public is, you know what? Thanks, but no thanks. Now, I also have talked to a lot of teachers who, and I know this is changing, and I give great credit to our interim superintendent, Dr. Barnes, for this, but a lot of teachers could come, but they are afraid to come. The idea that there has been a culture of retribution in this district has kept our teachers from speaking up. And I know that it's going to change. Dr. Barnes being in the school, letting them know he wants to hear them, that's going to change. I think we'll start to see them even with our current CTA timing.
Ms. Bradford?
I like what my younger.
Yeah, that's right. Remember that.
To my right.
Now we're getting
started. Media right, in that this meeting is to conduct the business of the board. And it's a proven fact that at least 5 of us have problems once we get to having been here for a certain amount of time. 8 o'clock seems to be a really convenient time for some of us to start calling the other people by the wrong name and things like that. No names mentioned there. And I want some clarity from one comment. Are you saying put it at the end of the meeting, or are you saying putting it right after we conduct the business of the board? We have new business, we have old business. So if you're saying that, then I could be in favor of that. And I differ with the whole transparency, because we have called audience. Not everybody speaks to anything that's on that agenda, but we also now have this newfangled contraption called email. And we get all these emails from everybody the day of, 5 minutes before, throughout the week, throughout the month. So we have a much bigger ability to contact all board and the superintendent any time of the day or night, which wasn't there when the state created policy, the legislation 115, which is, this is set out in there. And we would have to amend our policy to do it. But we have so many ways for people to reach us now that I don't think it has to be before we conduct the business of the board. And it would be nice to try it, like Mr. Wilbur said, and see how the conducting of the business part goes with the call to the audience after that, not before the other things that are on the agenda, but after the business of the board, new business and old business. That would be my suggestion.
Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to building the agenda, it is the board chair's job to do that, and so you have the authority to reorganize this agenda however you want. I do appreciate the 1 hour call to audience. This goes, looking at districts across the state, very large ones, they have 30 minutes tops. I appreciate the lottery system because there was a period in time that it was a first come, first serve, and I think that everybody should have the opportunity. I know Ms. Mason and I have even discussed translator options to bring that in so we can get advance notice if people are needing services for translating, whether that be hearing impaired or a different language, a different oral language spoken. So I also kind of echo the sentiment. When we come together to do the business of the board, it is our due diligence to be at our best when we're making decisions. And I think that taking care of that business first is imperative. And I do want to say, because when we were streamlining the policies so that we had consistent expectation for agenda posting, the regular board meeting is posted 5 days in advance, and 48 hours is a general statute. So this is not something that we're just half-heartedly doing. We are following law when we are doing that, which we are sworn in to uphold. And so I have zero desire to shorten the call to audience of a 1 hour time frame. But I would say, with respect to, if it does get moved in the agenda, I think it should be before closed session, because I know that was a big frustration in previous administration, that call to audience was after a closed session, and I think that part was extremely disrespectful. But I do believe that we have really improved to be diligent about following the timelines listed on their agenda. That used to also not be the case. We now currently have time, so you can kind of get a really accurate estimate of when things are supposed to be happening. Thank you, ma'am.
Where are we at time?
1 minute.
1 minute. So I'm going to make a motion to extend this discussion for 5 and only 5 minutes.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay.
Sorry, no.
That passes 4-3.
Good hearing. Okay.
Ms. Justice.
Let's go ahead. Wow. Thank you, Mr. Wildebohr, for bringing up the fact that there is another life after getting right off of school. My main concern is with what Dr. Merrick said, is the fact that the public wants to speak before we make decisions. And that's why it's logical to hold call to the audience first. I also appreciate the fact everybody that's up here that went through the process when I was on the board previously, that was horrible. In fact, they intentionally put it after a closed session to hope people would leave, which was not fair or right. And so I and Mr. Wildebohr fought to do it the way it is now. So now we've got a conundrum, because I do believe it is true that there are probably parents and people in school that want to go home, feed their kids, put them to bed, and then come, that can come down. To me, though, I think it's more important that the public get heard before we make decisions. So I have a tendency to feel that that's probably the priority over, because if they really want to come, they will get their kids watched, taken care of, fed, or whatever. Because, if you want to have something to say before decisions are made, that's the only way you're going to do it, is for that night. So there is a conundrum here, but I do appreciate you bringing that up. And I am glad that we're having this discussion, something that did not happen on the previous board. Thank you.
And we are at time for that.
Again? I thought we just had 5 minutes.
Was it 5 minutes?
Oh,
sorry, I wrote it wrong. Mr. Perry.
Sound like two to me.
I would like to talk. I would be okay if we had 2 segments, but apparently Mr. Wildebohr doesn't like that idea. Because I agree with Ms. Justice and Mr. Merrick that we need to hear from the people about any agenda items that we are talking about. If they're talking about something that isn't on the agenda, I don't mind it being later. That's fine.
Oh, my God.
That's fine if we would have 2 sessions like that. But if there's something that's on the agenda, we need to hear from them first. This is supposed to be government of the people, by the people, and for the people. So we need to listen to the people. Thank you.
And I have not had an opportunity to say anything. I have to say, listening to my colleagues and the discussion, that I do hear that there are some parents that may not be able to come at the earlier time. I also hear that if we were to move it, that it would be after all of the decisions are made, and there would be no opportunity for the community, or limited opportunity for the community to publicly communicate their concerns with whatever we were discussing, whether it be policy or these committees. And that to me is a little concerning. I know that we can use email, but just so that the public can hear what other people's concerns are, so that if they have them, they know maybe they're not alone in that. So that would be my big concern. I lean toward not changing the timing of it, to be quite honest, simply for that reason, but also hearing that if there are families that are unable to make it, that maybe we should consider some sort of alternative way for that to happen. I think it's worth discussing and getting more feedback from families, parents, teachers, as a board, to hear what their thoughts are. So that's my 2 cents. We have 1 minute.
I will be very quick. I counted no less than 6 teachers or administrators in the audience tonight. And every single board meeting, we have parents of our color guard, we have parents of our awardees, we have teachers taking pictures of their students who are involved. Timing is not an issue to get teachers and parents and students here.
Okay. And
Madam Chair,
Ms. Bradford.
would it be possible to move this to our board retreat?
I'll second that.
Point of order. Madam Chair, with respect, policy outlines you have the ability as chairperson to set the agenda and the order you want. So I appreciate the dialogue, but it is your responsibility to set the agenda. That's my point.
Okay. There was a motion to put it on the board retreat and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
No.
Any opposed?
No.
No.
Ms. Bowie, can you call the roll on that one?
Mr. Perry?
The motion,
Motion is to put the timing of call to audience on the board retreat.
aye.
Ms. Justice? Ms. Barnhart?
No.
Ms. Mason?
No.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
Dr. Merrick?
No.
And Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
All right, that motion does not carry, fails. Continuing to the next topic, Ms. Bradford brought forward the grouping of call to audience comments, so I wanted to make sure she had her opportunity to be able to talk about that.
And I was just simply saying that we have a policy that says if, and I do believe the board chair, Ms. Barnhart may correct me, the board chair can do this without a board vote. But when we have nonprofits that come with the same topic week after week, month after month, year after year, that perhaps those other people who didn't make the lottery or who just felt like, I don't even need to try because it's going to be the same people saying the same things, or if not, you talk new people into coming and saying the same thing, that it could be grouped. When I go to the county commission and there's a group of people that want to speak on one topic, the board chair will designate one person to speak, and the group gets to, well, actually, the group gets to pick who the one person is to speak. And I just wanted to consider that possibility so that we allow more people to speak. I don't want to change the amount of time we have. I don't want to do any of that. I just want more people to come before us and share what's on their heart so that it's not taken up by just one topic or 2 topics every single board meeting.
Thank you. Mr. Perry?
I understand where you're coming from, and I think because some people, individual speakers might feel like their chances of winning the lottery are not as good when a lot of group members are doing it. But I believe that this is an unenforceable thing. We cannot ask people if they are a member of an organization. It's unconstitutional. You can ask the lawyers. We cannot ask for a membership list. So my proposal and the alternative is let's favor new speakers, that we could have 2 pools of people. People who haven't spoken in the last 3 months, they get top priority, and then the rest. And this would give new speakers an opportunity and an advantage to speak, for us to hear from them. That way we don't have to get into this whole dynamic about, trying to, who belongs to a group and who doesn't.
Dr. Merrick?
First Amendment is pretty important here. And, there might be one person who says, I want to talk about 4351, and here's my reasons why. We could have someone else that says, I want to talk about 4351, but for a different reason. And we have a third person who says, I want to keep 4351 just exactly as it is, right? So now we've got three different people for three different reasons who want to talk about the same thing. And every single person's voice is valid. How can we try to shut down the First Amendment rights of people to come out and tell us what is in their heart? So I don't think that it's either legal nor moral to shut them down.
I believe Ms. Justice, then Ms. Barnhart, and Mr. Wildebohr.
Yes, we're not even doing the lottery anymore. It's very rarely do we have this problem. Things have calmed down a lot. A lot of it has to do with it comes and it goes in waves. So I don't think that that's although, that's a good suggestion, that'd be very difficult to do. Also, I am concerned about the First Amendment. There is also already a provision in our policy that says if the speaker, and I'm not even sure how that would work, I mean, if the chair decides to put people together, okay, but I haven't even seen that come up. And since they put that in there years ago when I was on the board, I personally think we should leave it the way it is. It's a lottery system if you need to be, which hasn't happened very much at all lately. In fact, things seem to be a lot calmer these days. So that's my say.
Thank you. Again, this is in policy, so if this is something that we do not agree with as a board, then my suggestion would be the policy committee to take this up, respectfully, Mr. Chairman of the Policy Committee, so we can adjust that. Again, it is at your discretion as the chairwoman to enforce the policy. But that would be my suggestion. If we don't like the policy, then we change it, especially if it is not legal, as my colleague to my right is claiming. So,
Mr. Wildebohr?
Well, as you took my thunder, as it says, but it says in policy, if an unusual number of people request to speak, a majority of the board may decide to request designation of a spokesperson for each group of persons supporting or opposing the same positions. So again, it's actually not her responsibility, it's the board's responsibility if we choose to do so.
Thank you.
If not, as you said, Ms. Barnhart, we can change policy, of course, but we need to follow our own policy, and obviously this was vetted by a lawyer before, and it's not against the First Amendment. So with all due respect to anybody who said it was, it's not.
I haven't had the opportunity to speak, so I'm going to say I was also looking at policy and seeing that, but it also says if an unusually large number of people request to speak. It doesn't say from a group, it just says an unusually large number of people request to speak. And you're referring back to my colleague on the right, we haven't had the lottery, we haven't needed the lottery. The maximum number of speakers is 25. Tonight we had 21, I believe. And so we haven't even hit that max, and it is the majority of the board that does make that decision. Ms. Bradford, did you want to add anything?
I would just like to have, Madam Chair, I would like for you to ask the board attorneys to render their opinion on the First Amendment and the legality of the policy that we have and so on, because we've had some things said here tonight that could be misconstrued, and I agree with Mr. Wildebohr.
If that's okay with you, I was going to tell you first, the policy that we've got that allows the board to set reasonable rules and to designate a spokesperson tracks North Carolina General Statute 115C-51. The statute allows that. One of the interesting things about it is that the right to speak for the public at one of these meetings isn't a First Amendment right. It's set by statute. Just like the General Assembly doesn't have to allow people out of the audience to stand up and speak during their sessions, you don't have to either. North Carolina General Statute is what does it. But to Dr. Merrick's point, and I think also some of the other members pointed that out, once you do start allowing the comments, then the First Amendment comes into play and the issues about viewpoint discrimination. But you are allowed to set reasonable rules to govern these things. That's why, for example, you can govern for decorum and tell people that you can't make personal attacks on folks when you speak. And I thought a couple of times we got close to that line tonight. But when it comes to the designation of a spokesperson, again, the statute seems to allow that, and it's not so much viewpoint discrimination as it is a time management issue. To your point, though, you couldn't say everybody in favor or opposed to policy B, you're limited to, 3 minutes, but everybody else who wants to talk about, I don't know, some change to the curriculum, you're allowed to, have as many folks as you want to. Your rules need to be reasonable and even-handed, but you are allowed to manage for time. And I did want to point out one other thing. That question, you stumped me a minute ago on the Roberts rules, and Ms. Justice, you were correct. Google AI verified that there's no direct way under Roberts rules to postpone something, to say you can't reconsider it, but one kind of workaround on it is that you can postpone something to a time certain for reconsideration. So you could say, right. Now, the thing about that, though, is that you've put it on to be reconsidered at that time. So you got to think about that. Anyway, I did want to clear that up for you.
And we are at time for that. Continuing, the summaries of call to audience comments. Dr. Merrick.
Thank you. What I've noticed is that we have a trust deficit with the public. We have a reputation problem. And you'll notice that a great number of the call to audience folks up here are not telling us what a great job we're doing. They're concerned. They don't like what they see. Now, I voted yes for interim vice president, interim superintendent to become king. No, I mean the superintendent, But the public was very, very upset. They feel we pulled the rug out from under them with that decision. It did not give them a chance to speak. What I'm asking for is so simple, and it's so little, is that when someone gets up to do a call to audience, as is done in many, many, many different municipalities, we simply have the minutes described very, very briefly. They talked about policy 4300, and they recommended this. Okay, I gave you an example in the documentation, and the reason I'm doing it is because as an executive coach, I do a lot of conflict resolution, and we have conflict with our general public. They don't think they're being heard. They get up there and they say, I saw you looking down or laughing or talking to your friends. You weren't even listening to me. And by putting it in the minutes, we're letting them know this is what we heard. And in conflict resolution, what can happen is they come back and they say, that's not what I said. And I'm not opposed to that. I think that's actually a healthy thing that they say, what I actually said was this. And then we can amend the minutes in a matter of 30 seconds. And if they don't like that, we can do it again. But that's how conflicts become resolved, is that you listen to each other until you know you've been heard. So by putting it in our minutes, they know they were heard. It's simple. Yes, it will take, I'm sorry, Ms. Bowie, it'll take you a few extra minutes to write down the basics. I did it tonight, by the way. It didn't take long. So my recommendation is that we ask our minutes to include what has been said very, very briefly by our call to audience members and what their recommendations are.
Mr. Perry, and was there a motion?
That didn't sound like a motion, did it?
No.
I make a motion
Okay.
for all of what I just said.
That's a very long motion. Can you restate it,
Yes,
please?
I make a motion that we empower our secretary to include a very brief description of what is said in call to audience with whatever they recommend, and that's part of our minutes.
I second that.
Okay. Mr. Perry.
I actually agree with your sentiment and why you want to do this. We should be listening. And I just don't know if we want to send the right message that we're listening, but I don't understand how a summary written by Ms. Bowie is telling us that we're listening. It just tells the public that Ms. Bowie's listening. So I would suggest if we're going to do this at all, and I'm not saying we should, I think maybe we should take turns at doing it ourselves, and once every 7 months. Thank you.
Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate this sentiment, and I am going to disagree with my colleague on the right. We are listening, but the reality is when we're making decisions, we have to get input from everybody, and that just doesn't even come to an agreement all the time on this board. So just because there's a disagreement does not mean that somebody was not heard. It means given all the information that we have access to as elected officials that are the decision makers here, which is what our minutes are supposed to represent, is the decision and the business of the board. By adding the conversation of the call to audience into the minutes with the concept of maybe they're going to constantly be amended month after month or time after time. Oh, that's not what she said. It takes away and distracts what we are here to do, which is the business of the board. And so absolutely hearing from the public is part of the process, but is not the only part of the process. So I just want to say that I do agree with the sentiment, but I was reading and I appreciate the documentation. I enjoy reading and prepping for all of the meetings, but in here there was an allegation saying some may misconstrue that maybe we're breaking the law by not putting the public comment into the meeting minutes. And so, Madam Chair, if you so feel so inclined for our attorneys to address that, if we are breaking the law of not having a record of, but that's kind of, yeah.
Generally speaking, you could use just the video recording for your minutes because it does give an accurate, recount. So, no, I don't think, and as an aside, you do have the video of these things, so you have a perfectly accurate recount of what people said. That's one of the problems. If they want to characterize their speech, it seems like their call to the audience sign-up sheet would be a place to for them to put that in their own words, and then you can review the thing. That would be my take on it, but I believe also someone on staff told me that we have closed captioning, I believe, on the video minutes, which helps for people that are hearing impaired, for example. Just a thought, but yeah, we're allowed. We're certainly compliant. It's a policy choice for you guys.
So we are at time.
So let's vote.
And there is a motion on the table.
Sorry.
Dr. Barnes.
I'm sorry, just in regards to the motion, the board can't direct Ms. Bowie to do something. They would have to direct me to do it.
He's
And
taking the notes.
I'm not really willing to have someone else characterize those minutes. If as the board decides to do that, then that will be something I will do myself. My concern with that is if I hear something that's erroneous or incorrect, putting something in the minutes that is wrong is one concern. And two, I don't feel comfortable with our staff being sort of badgered by, you didn't summarize me correctly. So.
Hearing that, Dr. Merrick, would you like to amend your motion?
I'd like to amend my motion by saying the sign-up sheet should include the person's name, a brief description of the topic, and a third column, which is recommendations. And then it all fits right into the minutes, and they get a little bit more of a chance to tell us what they feel.
I'll second that.
And then it's in their own words.
Or I think you've already seconded it, but.
Okay.
Point of clarity. Madam Chair, the motion that we're voting on now, is it literally just to copy and paste the sign-up sheet into the minutes? Is that what?
It's already done. We're already doing that.
But into the minutes?
Correct.
That's what you're suggesting? Okay.
With those additional columns.
I second that motion if somebody hasn't seconded it already.
Okay. Sorry, Dr. Barnes is taking my candy. Ms. Bowie, will you please call the roll?
Point of clarification.
Motion is.
Thank you.
The motion is to add another column to our sign-up that has actions that need to be taken or recommendations.
And more space for not just a one-word topic.
Okay.
Right? But a description of their call to audience and their recommendation.
Okay, so the motion is to add another column with recommendations and extend the ability to describe their comment to the sign-up. Ms. Bowie, would you call the roll?
Mr. Perry?
Aye.
Ms. Justice?
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
Dr. Merrick?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford?
No.
All right, that passes 6-1. All right.
Okay, that's good.
Moving on to the letter of legal action regarding Power School, Ms. Barnhart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I informed you all, and we had the discussion of having a letter of legal action, so this letter is drafted. There was some small syntax errors, and I did want to bring up one thing because a colleague had mentioned it, but I didn't feel good about striking it without full board discussion. But basically, this is addressed to the Attorney General Jackson to pursue legal action against Power School and the data breach that has affected tens of thousands of individuals in our county alone, but across the state of North Carolina. I did not think that it was most prudent for us to use our attorney dollars to try to sue and take legal action. However, since this affects the mass populace of North Carolinians, I think it is absolutely necessary. And so if you look at the third column, it talks about urging into investigating legal action. And so the items to address with the Attorney General, that we seek legal ramifications to hold Power School accountable for their negligence and to secure appropriate remedies for the hundreds of thousands of individuals affected across our great state. We believe that Power School should provide comprehensive identity protection and credit monitoring for all affected individuals for at least 48 months. We further request that your office stricter vendor requirements to ensure timely breach notifications and stronger cybersecurity safeguards. Mandate improved security metrics to prevent future breaches and ensure Power School complies with all applicable data privacy laws, including FERPA. And so what a colleague had brought to my attention is Power School is offering 2 years of credit monitoring, and currently that process is taking place by Power School directly as notifying the individuals of that breach. For me personally, I could go either direction. However, I think it sends a message to our Attorney General understanding I don't like 2 years personally. So I think if we are in agreement that we want to push for something stronger for our constituents, that we're obligated to do that. I do believe that if we take the charge in this, I think that other boards will try to pick this up because this is a massive data breach. This was outside our control. We are mandated by DPI to utilize Power School, and it's absolutely devastating. And we are going to be doing our best to be responsive to the situation. However, I'm trying to remain professional here. I do believe this is the best way forward to have a target focus so that we can get, the biggest bang for your buck, if you will, of going after a huge, massive breach that is affecting hundreds of thousands of people across the state. So I would make a motion to adopt this.
Second. I'll second. Okay, I was going to second too.
Because we are coming real close to time, is there any discussion? Can we keep it?
I'll second calling question.
Point of order.
Ms. Bradford?
This isn't, I don't think, the final letter. It doesn't have the date on it, Ms. Barnhart, and it doesn't have those changes that you told me that you were going to make in terms of housekeeping, the I, the we, and the date. So I don't think it's the final copy. Or is
Barnhart?
it?
My apologies, Madam Chair. There was 3 syntax issues, board members, that I had addressed, and I will resend to make sure that the most updated copy, as we all see. One was dealing with having a date, which would be February 4th, 2025. The second syntax issue, instead of saying I am writing on behalf, it says we are writing on behalf of the New Hanover County Board of Education. And in the last paragraph, there was some dotted lines. Those just got took out because the formatting was not working with me. So I will resend that right now to everybody.
Okay,
So I would make a motion to adopt the letter as amended with those small syntax errors.
Second.
all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 7-0. Town Hall regarding the AI.
I make
Mr.
a
Perry?
motion to postpone this discussion to the next meeting because we have closed sessions.
Do I hear a
I
second?
added this to
Oh,
the
I hear
agenda,
a-
and we voted to add it to the agenda.
Do I hear a second?
You need a
Can you repeat the
supermajority
motion?
to postpone it.
Postpone it till the next meeting.
Town hall to bring the public in and talk about the.
Could I offer a substitute, a motion to move it to the board retreat?
We're going to be busy.
Okay, so there was.
Anybody want to put it to the board retreat rather than wait a whole month?
Isn't this moot?
Okay,
There's
we
a motion on the
have
floor. That's wrong, I shouldn't have said a whole month, but.
a motion on the floor.
We need longer discussion.
We have 12 minutes. So the motion on the floor was it seconded. Ms. Barnhart motioned that we postpone this till next month. Was there a second?
Should I make a point of order?
I need a second, and I'm waiting for a second.
Second? You wanted to.
Point of order? Does this,
Mr. Perry, hang on.
I'm sorry. I may have misspoken. I thought I was seconding
Nope.
Mr. Perry.
Ms. Barnhart, I'm waiting for a.
I withdraw my
Okay,
second.
I'm waiting for
Oh.
a second. Hearing none. Mr. Perry.
it's not
Go ahead.
postponed? Okay. Just quickly, and I'll try to make this quick, this is a very momentous decision as far as this AI pilot program. It's my firm belief that once AI comes into our schools, it isn't leaving. And we need to get the input of our parents, our teachers, and our community, whether we're going to do something. This is a generational type decision. This is not something we should enter into quickly. So I'm asking that we host a town hall, we can get the community's input, ask the folks from Evident to come to answer the questions of our community so that we can make a wise decision on this. From my understanding, we've been talking with Mr. Wildebohr, we already have one scheduled for March. Maybe we could just move that one up and use that.
I'll second that.
Was that a motion?
Was.
Yes, the motion.
Can you restate it, please?
I motion that we have a expedited town hall on the AI pilot as soon as possible with Evidon personnel being there, and to delay any vote upon approving Evidon as our AI pilot program until after that.
I second that.
Ms. Bradford?
I love the idea, but I don't want to follow the three-table format we've been following for that. Mr. Perry's suggesting that we have public in and so on, so I don't want to follow the typical town hall we've been doing this last year or so. I don't think that's the right format for that.
I'm open to any format you like.
So with the discussion on how the format goes, I would be in favor of this.
And just a point of order, just a reminder that
Mr. Wildebohr.
the board chair sets the format of that. That's not something we do.
Correct. All right.
Call the question.
I'll second.
that. Okay, we're going to vote on calling the question. That requires a supermajority. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. Now, the motion is to have an expedited town hall regarding AI. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 7-0.
Very good.
Anyone have any correspondence? Announcements. The Board of Education will hold a board budget work session on Friday, February 7th at 1. General public will have the option to view remotely on YouTube. The Policy Committee will meet Tuesday, February 11th at 1. General public will have the option to view remotely on YouTube. Both of those are occurring at the here, Board of Ed Center. The Board Capital Outlay Committee will hold a meeting on Friday, February 21st at 1 p.m. here at the Board of Education Center. Board of Education will hold an agenda review meeting on Tuesday, February 25th at 2 p.m. here at the Board of Ed Center, and the general public will have the option to view remotely. The Board of Education will hold a board budget work session on Friday, February 28th at 1 p.m. here at the Board of Ed Center. General public will have the option to view remotely. The Board of Education will hold the March regular board meeting on Tuesday, March 4th at 5 p.m. here at the Board of Ed Center. The general public will have the option to view remotely on YouTube. And yes, Ms. Bradford?
Finance Committee.
It wasn't on there.
Again on the 26th, February the 26th.
Okay. Okay. All right, I will now entertain a motion to go into closed session
Second.
pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11C. I'm not reading it all tonight, y'all. It's long. We have a first and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes 7-0. We are in closed.
I'll second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 4-0. We are adjourned.
All right, folks, you have a good night.
Good luck tomorrow.
Drive safely.